buddy. This is gonna be fun.
Running.
Shuffle.
Yeah, shuffle below, yeah. Okay, button goes on seat 9. That's yours, sorry.
Choose it. Yeah, choose it.
I was going to stack them, but I saw you athletically running along. I took it out. Harold.
So blinds are gonna be horrid, hey?
I did see him just now though.
Get 20.
10, 20.
Get 20.
Who's the stack you got there?
Harold.
So,
Those are the same people who like I see coming in the last year. Generally is a trend.
thank you so much. Perfect, thank you. No, but he'll probably move that table when he comes and sits down. We'll see. That's good, thank you.
You have a good CPG? Very average.
Okay.
I don't know how often it happens.
Did you also have Dave
where I
sitting
sort of
next to you?
where I run against the table first hand bus station. Fuck my life. Who likes to recruit Kevin?
Okay, Tubbo, you're going to play the clock, eh? You can start shuffling. When that cuts 0, start dealing.
So seat 9 is the
Button.
But it's
kind of
blind,
blind
big blind.
side.
10, 20,
10,000
20 on the
small blind,
big.
20,000 big blind.
And I'm seat.
Antis as well. Yeah. Antis 20.
Is there a waitress?
I'm sure there is. I'll get
Just
them for
clip.
you now.
20,000 big blind. Antis as well.
Good morning and welcome to the beautiful Eastern Cape. Gary Allen here on the commentary team, coming to you live from Port Elizabeth on a 30-minute delay. And this is the final day coverage of the Grand Slam 40,000 Rand High Roller Tournament. And welcome to your feature table.
20,000 to call. Fold.
Why do they want this?
There are 13 players left in.
I don't know. No, it's not the dancers. Normally
So
these
we
people
have
are there.
6 players at our feature table.
Ace.
And we
40,000
have
total.
7 players at our outer table. I believe we will come together once we're down to 9 players.
Who is this?
Harold.
In seat 1,
Fold.
most of these faces will now be very familiar to you. We've got Eugene
40,000 to call.
Duplessis.
Good
His chip
morning,
stack is
Dave.
sitting at 256,000 at the start of the day. He's actually the short stack in the room. But as we mentioned many times yesterday, Eugene is a very strong player, very well respected in South Africa and around the globe. And short stack will not mean a lot in regard. He can play, he'll use his chips, and don't be surprised to see Eugene
Elaborate move.
at the front come the end. So welcome to Eugene. He's now on the button. So on the big blind to his left is Mariette Language. She's sitting on 833,000 at the start of play.
Oh. Perfect.
Mariette is also a very accomplished player, and we welcome her back to the
You know, he's a smart
feature
man.
table.
I'm looking at his chips thinking if I had those chips, maybe I'd sleep for an hour or two and see how many players went out.
And there you see the chip counts and our full lineup. Seat 4. Seat 3 is empty. Seat 4 is Mr. Harold Brooks. Harold's not with us yet. I'm sure he's going to be here very shortly, and he'll be on his way. But just for your information, his stack will be blinded out if he's not here. So when the blinds get to him, we'll take the blinds, and cards will be dealt to him as if he was here. In fairness to the other players, he must pay his dues to the table and to the tournament. Seat 5 is empty, and then we've got Rhonda Fiefland, who's the lady you'll recall yesterday we spoke about from Canada. She's over here on her first visit to South Africa, her first tournament, and welcome back, Rhonda. It was a pleasure to have you at the table. And Rhonda's starting stack this morning was 432,000. So we see Eugene pushing his money forward here on the button, and basically what he's doing here is looking to clean up the blinds. And of course, with Mr. Brooks not being here, all he's got to do is get past Mariette, and he does that very simply using the fold equity, i.e. the size of his stack. So Eugene made a move there very early on. You'll see he's currently on 15 big blinds, which is approaching the danger zone. So he knows that he's got to make some moves early, and he's got to start building up his chip stack. Next to Rhonda is Ray Adams, a regular on our high roller circuit. At the bottom left of your picture there. Spoke to Ray briefly this morning. Very excited to be here at the last knock-ins. He's on 352,000. Once again, quite capable of picking up chips very, very quickly. You'll see Ray's under the gun, so Rhonda will be in the big blind. And Ray will be the first to act on the table.
Fold.
He looks at his cards very briefly and gets rid of them. Mr. Sun, who will be familiar to you, our friend from China, currently working out of Botswana, picks up ace-9. He's got 617,000 chips, as you see there on the graphic.
55,000.
And he's going to make a raise.
Total.
And he raises up to 55,000 in the hijack. He sees Eugene in the cutoff. And of course, Mariette has woken up with the goods here. Let's see how long she takes to think about this. And then the whole process will be about how many chips can I extract from Mr. Sun. She's called raise.
Morning.
As Mr. Harold Brooks arrives in the red shirt, bottom right of your screen.
Raise 200,000 to call.
So she raises to 200,000, and I'm pretty sure that's going to get rid of everybody back round to Mr. Sun. And Mr. Sun think about it for a while and contemplate. His stacks are currently on 562, so it represents 40% of the stack, and I suspect that those cards will be going in the muck. I don't think he's going to get too stubborn so early in the tournament. Let's see what Mr. Sun does. He's going to think for a while.
Call. Fold.
And he folds accordingly.
Fold. Nobody move.
Mariette picks up 105,000 profit on her first investment into today's pot.
Number 9.
Yes, sir.
Chip count moves up to 888,000, and that's approximately 26% of the chips in play on the table, not in the tournament.
Alright.
Okay, Mr. Sun's receiving incoming calls, so we'll hopefully it's all good news. And just a reminder for everybody out there, we've had a lot of questions about using mobile telephones at the feature table, and I'll remind you of the rules. The Monsterjam Poker Tour is following the Tournament Director Association's rules, which is also affiliated to the World Series of Poker, and it clearly says you can only use an electronic device at the table if you are not in a hand. So if you're not active in a hand, you can actually pick up your phone. Standard etiquette would suggest that if you're taking a call, you would step away from the table. But normally during these high roller events, and when we get to the business end, these guys have not got their phone on, or if they have, it's on silent, and they're not using it for communication purposes. Maybe they're following the stream, maybe they're picking up some information or whatever, or just taking their mind off things. Who knows?
Fold.
So, should give a shout out for our dealer, Mr. Seipel, who's directing affairs on the table this morning. Seipel's been with the Monsterjam team for quite a while now, and a crowd favourite. Always got a smile on his face, and always nice to bump into him early in the mornings.
When you mark your cards,
When you
mark
mark your
them over the
cards,
flop.
you mark them over the series. It picks it up as a flop and read it. So
Fold.
you go round the square.
So Rhonda's just getting some tuition on mucking her cards. Basically what she was saying is the box that indicates to be used for the flop in a turn and a river, if you muck your cards across that, our sensors pick up the cards and thinks that we've just dealt your cards as a flop. So asking her just to fold them to the right or left of the box. Our software is quite smart. Normally it won't do that, but it's good practice for the players. So we got ace 8 suited, king 10 suited, no spades on the flop, but the ace is ahead obviously. Mr. Sun's got a large percentage of this. Mr. Sun checks, Mariette checks, and very cautious at the outset of the day. And there comes the 10. So Mariette's now got a piece of it, and so has Mr. Sun. If she doesn't believe he's got an ace, we might see some action here. Mr. Sun's going to be acting first, and looks like he's picking up some raising chips to the tune of maybe 50 or 60,000 here. It looks a little bit more than that, maybe 70.
7,000.
So the bet 77,000 from Mr. Sun. Now the question is, does Mariette believe him, or does she not believe him? If she thinks or puts him on a 10, then she's probably going to call here with a good kicker, and she does indeed call. So by checking his ace, Mr. Sun is
River.
and the river card is a 4, not a king, as our software is telling us. So somebody's obviously pushed a king across the flop there or something. So the flop is actually a 4 of spades, which is now corrected, and of course Mr. Sun ace is good. So Mr. Sun checks. That's interesting. He's looking to trap here. What he's saying to Mariette there is, I've missed something here, I was on a draw or whatever, and he's hoping that she's going to bet. And looks like she's going to take the bait here with her 10. The bet will probably be around 100
Call.
plus. Oh no,
105 to call.
my mistake. Mr. Sun had bet 105 and Mariette had to call. Well, our software was just catching up there.
What's that, Mr. Sun?
Nice hand.
So Mariette stack moves up. And you see a member of the technical team getting some airtime there, just letting people know about the sensors on the table.
$20,000 to call. Fold.
So Harold's got ace queen here. 20,000 a call. I don't think we'll see a call from Harold. I'm pretty sure we're going to see a raise.
Raise. 65,000.
65,000 to raise. Big blind is 20,000, so it's 2.5x or 3.5x, shall I say. Rhonda's looking down at ace jack, also a very strong hand, and she's on the button.
Call.
I'm going to say, I suspect just a call here. Ray gets rid of his pocket fives, and Ray's been very, very tight throughout this, but to be fair to him, you know, he's got a raise and a call to his right, and pocket fives aren't that strong, playing against 2 or 3 people. So the right move by Ray. So Mr. Sun in the big blind does to give up the 40,000 that he's put in already. And it looks like we're going to get 2 players to the flop. Mr. Brooks, Mr. Harold, or Uncle Harold as he's known, against Rhonda from Canada. Flop cards are out.
Check.
Ace Queen is ahead with a high card. And Ron decides to bet here,
Bets
representing
at 5,000.
something. The bet is quite small in comparison to the pot, and you might see Harold continue here. Having said that, he's just sat at the table, and if he feels that she's got a king there, then he can easily lay down his ace queen. Looks like Harold has smelt this one out,
Raise.
and he's going to 3-bet here. So he's sending a message back to Rhonda.
105 more.
And a nice move from Harold there. Smelled a bit of weakness and picks up
Doesn't
some
matter where you
chips.
mark now.
Well done, Mr. Brooks.
Action's done. It's just before the flop.
Yeah, I'll
So
stay with
the
it.
international flavour for our table, our 2 international flavours are now at the bottom and second from bottom respectively with 15 and 12 big blinds. Eugene on 15, Ray on 17 bigs. Harold now moves up to second place with 32% of the chips in play.
Maybe I should have shoved y'all in. 3 flop.
Okay, so for those of you just joining the stream this morning, shout out for our sponsors, Aquavita Water, one of our official sponsors or supporters here, and also the official water to the EFC, to Regal Hospitality and Events. Thank you so much for your continued support, and our partners of Sun International, the Global Poker Index, Hendon Mob, and of course to everybody here from the Sun International team at the Boardwalk in PE for your continued hospitality. Breakfast was wonderful this morning, and no doubt it'll be even more wonderful tomorrow. The weather's great here in Port Elizabeth. Had a chance to sit outside a little bit this morning in the sun, and the winter sun in South Africa, if you don't know it, is just the best if you can keep out of the wind. So beautiful day here in Port Elizabeth. You're watching the Grand Slam event, the 40,000 high roller buy-in. We're down to our last 13 players, and our feature table has 6 players, and our outer table has 7 players, and we will play down to 9 before we come together, I believe, and have our final table. In a little while we'll take a shot of our timing screen and have a look at the blind levels and the prize pool, but we'll just see this hand out first. So Eugene has got 35,000 a call with the ace-9 suited. Marietta's already raised to 55, and there's been a call from Mr. Sun already with his pocket 4, so he's set hunting, or set mining as we like to call it in the trades. So there's a huge amount of value out here for Eugene with his suited 9, ace-9. It'd be interesting to see if he just flat calls here.
Call.
Yeah, and he just smooth calls. So we've got 3 players going to the flop. Eugene speculative call with his suited ace-9, a very strong hand short-handed, pocket 4s for Mr. Sun, and ace-jack for Mariette. And of course
Check.
we hit a jack on the flop, so Mariette has picked up top pair, top kicker, and I expect her to see her bet this. She'll take her time, she doesn't want to get too excited and give away anything to the other 2 players. If she bets, I'm pretty sure Mr. Sun will fold very, very quickly. He didn't see what he wanted to see on the flop, and then it'll be up to Eugene to make a decision based on the fact he's got middle pair and whether or not he believes Mariette has a jack. So Mr. Sun will contemplate this. I suspect he won't get too sticky with this so early in the game. And yeah, they'll go into the muck. So Eugene now is contemplating as the lady got the jack. Is my 9 good? My 9's got a kicker, but of course there's no hearts on board, so there's no backdoor draw in terms of a flush for him. And currently there's no any other draws available. So he simply has a bare 9 with an ace kicker, and the decision is simple. Do you think Mariette has a jack? Eugene, as always, will take his time, look across at the other players, see if he can get some information, some sort of read. Mariette's been around a long time. You'll notice she's got her hands to her face, her hoodie on, and she's not moving. She's not engaging Eugene in any way.
Fold. And
Eugene makes the right decision and gets rid of his 9. And Mariette will pick up a nice a profit of around 130,000 chips. So well played to you, madame. Takes you up to 1.3 million. And here's our timing screen. 13 players left in. Average stack of 611, and our prize pool ranges up top 663,000, ranging down to 6th place. That's the top 6 get played. 92,000 and some change. 41 minutes on the level. Current levels will be at 1 hour and will remain the same until the end of play today. We will play down to the end of play today, and there will be breaks as per the timing screen. Our next break is at the end of the next level in 1 hour and 41 minutes. If you're going to join us on the stream, or you want to recommend it to anybody, we're on Facebook, of course. We're on the YouTube channel, Monsterjam Poker, and we're also on the Twitch channel, Monsterjam Poker. And you can leave your comments, etc. there, and we'll be happy to hear from you.
Oh, did I do it again?
No, you did right.
Thank you to all our viewers yesterday, and thank you for all the feedback. We got a lot of comments overnight, a lot of feedback, and I must say, well done to the technical guys here and the rest of the team. Most of the feedback, in fact 99.9% of it was very positive, and the other percentage was more questioning and curiosity than criticism. So, you know, well done to all the people in the back office here who do all the hard work and don't necessarily get their faces on the screen.
Call.
And I know for sure the players are very grateful for all the efforts of the dealers, the Monsterjam team, and back office support. So, big shout out to all of those guys this morning. So we're hoping to see some special guests in the booth here commentating with me today. I'm not going to give away any names, but if it comes through, then I think it's going to be magnificent. But we'll wait to see what happens. Ray Adam is in the cutoff here. He's called and he's bet out with his 6-4, so he's got a flush draw here. And Mr. Sun with the 2 overcards. No, sorry, Mr. Sun with the gut shot, the King Jack. And of course he's got the Jack of clubs. Might decide to stay around here. Let's see. The 85,000 is the bet. And I suspect he'll want to see at least one card peel off here. And in goes the 85,000. So
10.
There's a Jack. So Mr. Sun now has a pair of Jacks, and of course takes the lead in terms of the actual cards. And there's the all-in from Ray. Mr. Sun will take his time here. He'll rerun the hand in his head. I mean, you know,
in total.
there is a straight out there if somebody's got King Queen, and he folds his cards. He has the better hand, but there's a huge draw there for Ray, and Ray took his chance and put his money in, and he gets it through. So well played, Ray. So Mr. Sun is now at the bottom of our pile. He's the short stack at the table. We don't have any information on the outer table, but we will from time to time have a shot out there, just an overview. We don't have any audio out there or any RFID technology, but just from the point of view of giving you an impression of what's happening on the outer table, we have got an overhead shot, and we'll flick to that infrequently. Also in the arena here, the 6 max will be starting, the second day of the 6 max, so that'll be starting shortly in the arena. And we'll welcome those players back who've made it through to day 2.
Fold.
And of course, not forgetting tonight, I think it's
Raise.
at 7 o'clock, the main event will be commencing.
5 put up.
And we will look forward to inviting a significant amount of people into the arena. And the Monsterjam main event will commence. That will be a 3-day event, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Final table being on Sunday morning, afternoon. And I already know there's a huge amount of local players who've qualified through the satellite process that was held here for the last 3 weeks. And the satellites have been held over this week as well. So we're looking forward to welcoming a lot of the Port Elizabeth players and surrounding area, as well as those who've travelled from far and wide, including all of South Africa, and of course, as you see on this table alone, there's a Canadian lady and a Chinese man as well. So, you know, we're an international brand now, and South Africa's attracting a lot more poker players. It's no longer an insular sport here. Our doors are open, and there's plenty for people to come and see in South Africa. You know, we're a fantastic destination when it comes to holidays, in terms of animal sightseeing, etc., etc. So, you know, it's not just about the poker, you can tie it all together. So Mr.
85.
Brooks has paired his 8 here.
85 to call.
And Ray's got pocket 7s. So Ray bets out with his pocket 7s. Harold decides to go with his 8.
10.
Harold to act. Probably see another check from Harold, yeah. Ray's going to check back. He's decided he's not going to get into a fight here. And that's a pretty coordinated board for anybody to bet at. And I think whoever bets here first, the other one's going to fold, because 7s or 8s is not beating any king or any ace. I mean, Harold would love to get check here, but you know, Harold is not averse to putting a bet in here and representing the ace on the river. And I think if he does bet here, that Ray will just insta-fold, and that'll be the end of it.
135.
So you see Ray to the left of the, just behind the graphic there, with his hands riffling his chips. I'm surprised that he hasn't folded yet. And there they go, his cards in the muck. To be fair to Harold, he did have the best hand, but he was repping a larger hand. And fortunately for Harold, he didn't have anything bigger. So that's us flicking across to our other table. And I can only see 6 players. Oh no, there's a pair of hands at the bottom, and that's 7 players. Henny Apple, Kenny Morgan, Rudolph Furey, Gareth Hudson, Alvin Pila, and I think Neil is over there as well somewhere. And Sean Govender, as I recall. I'll check my list. Sean Govender is out. So it's Gareth Hudson, Alvin Pile, and Divan LaRue is the other player over there with Henny Apple and Neil Jacobs. So we wish all of them well, and hopefully they'll be able to win through to the feature table, which will be the final table. And we will be bringing you that on the stream here, and hopefully we'll have some special guests in the booth to add to our commentary and to give the insight and share some of their experiences as well from around the world. Give you a little bit of a clues coming in today, hopefully.
Fold.
For me, it's always a pleasure to have people here to talk to. Always a pleasure to have a different opinion on a hand. And also, you know, I think you'll have picked up yesterday in the stream that players particularly like to come this side. They get such an insight into the game, having the option to see everybody's whole cards at the same time and see how they react and see how they play. In fact, I think Lauren Scott was here yesterday, and she said, I thought it was only me who ran bad. She said, there's 4 or 5 people running bad at the table all day today. So she took away a very clear message that, you know, it's not necessarily just her getting the bad cards as well. You know, the good cards are hard to come by. And always when you're in pressure situations, you feel that more as well. So Ronda Feflunders with 202k, folds are 96 offsuits, and Mr. Sun's Jack King off will get through. He's still at the bottom of our pile with the 7 big blinds. Rhonda with the 10 big blinds, and Eugene with the 11. Ray with 20, and then Mariette and Harold owning 36% of the chips each at the top of the table there. And they've got a little bit of breathing space. They can sit back and they can watch the others attack each other. But if they get cards, they're going to exercise their right as the big stack, and they're going to start bossing the table a little bit, which is what we'd expect. Standard poker. But our short stacks have got to start making some moves very, very quickly. You know, the blinds are huge now with 10 and 20 with a 20 big blind ante. That's 50,000 chips every rotation that are in the pots.
Fold.
Very clear from Mr. Sun. Fold. That's it. He's always very clear in his actions. And I think that probably comes from, well, I've chatted to him, so I know where it comes from. I mean, when he was learning English, it's easy to be misunderstood and mispronounced. So he said, I'm very clear at what I'm doing on the table, so no one misinterprets what's happening. And as predicted, Eugene's going to have to make a move. He's in the hijack. It's been limp round to him, so he's just got to get through the cutoff from the blinds. And obviously he's got to get past the button of Mr. Harold Brooks. He's looking down at 9-5 suited. Now, there's been a bit of history between these two players throughout yesterday. Nothing nasty, but they've been heads up a couple of times, and there's been some conversations about chips and various other things.
21.
So, you know, Harold won't like giving up chips to Eugene,
21 in total.
but I'm pretty sure we'll see him fold. He knows Eugene's a very, very strong player, and, you know, whatever the history is, Harold will always respect the fact that Eugene is one of the top players in South Africa.
Fold.
And knows that he's not shoving with a very weak hand. Having said that, he will have a more open range given the circumstances he finds himself in with only 13 big blinds to play with. So good discipline fold from Harold there, not getting involved with Eugene. Eugene, nice shove, and he picks up the spare money out there, which is much needed for his cause. I must just say this Aqua Vita water is outstanding. People say you can't tell the difference, but we sit here and we're hydrated all day by Aqua Vita, and it's a nice taste. There's no chlorine backflush or nothing, so I'm enjoying it. So shout out to our sponsor Aqua Vita. Bring more water. Happy to see you. Okay, Eugene's got the same hand again. He's under the gun this time, but of course now he's out of position. And you see immediately he change. He doesn't decide to push his chips in because there's a lot of action to fold, a lot of action to come after him. So just a very good illustration of playing in position or out of position there. So raising the small blind, 352,000. So he's battling for chips as well. Let's see what he's going to do with his king 9 and the small blind.
Raise. 8 in total.
Raise up to 80,000. Mr. Sun with 5-2 in the big blind. Remember, Mr. Sun's put in 40,000 already. 20 in the big, 20 in the ante. The ante doesn't count, of course.
Fold.
And as you see there on the screen before it gets cleared away, Ray takes that down and up to stack to 400,000 and some change. That's 20 big blinds. So we've seen 2 all-ins so far. Ray's have been in all in once, and
3,000
Eugene's
call.
been all in once.
Fold.
And trust me, we're going to see more of this action as the blinds increase.
Fold.
Harold gets rid of the worst hand in poker for starting, 7-2 offsuit. Ronda gets rid of a king.
Raise.
And Ray once again on the
62,000.
button looking to steal the blinds here. Raises with the queen 9.
Fold.
Mr. Sun will fold. And the
Fold.
5-2 of Eugene in the big blinds, there's nothing you can do with that. He probably knows that Ray's stealing, but 5-2's nowhere near strong enough to be calling there. So Ray picks up the 50,000 in dead money, the small blind from Mr. Sun and the big blind from Eugene.
You have bad card or good card?
Very bad card. Otherwise, I was going
On 80,000 for this
on
one.
80,000. Not this. On 80,000, he got me.
Nothing.
Because the bad, it's over bad. He just wanted me to fold. I will check the camera. On this hand, you do have something.
Almost like the other way around. That and I thought this way no matter what. It's
Ah, camera.
other way around. You
No,
can check it.
check the TV.
Just check. This hand is nothing other than check. Problem is this. You check. So I wish you would go. I wish we had something.
So Harold's under the gun with the Jack 3 suited. Gets rid of that very quickly.
Yeah. I get
Ronda
that.
with 6-4 will also get rid of it.
Call.
Okay, that surprised me. Looks like a
It's a call.
speculative call
Yes, sir.
with 6-4 offsuit in the hijack. I can see Mr. Sun's
Fold.
frustrated he's not getting any cards, but that's the nature of the beast, as they say. Eugene thinks about it within the small blind with a king 9 suited. Very strong hand with the amount of blinds that he's left available to him. He's conscious there's been a call before him. I mean, Eugene will not be calling here. He'll either be all in or fold. So local time just coming up to 20 to 12 here in Port Elizabeth. And as predicted,
Oh, in.
King 9 is strong enough in Eugene's mind for an all-in. So 231,000 goes across the table. Eugene's second all-in of the day. Marietta's going to take a little bit of time to think about this. She's already invested in the pot. She has 1.2 million, so it represents about 25%, just under of a stack. And she has a medium pair, and she knows that Eugene's range is going to be reasonably open.
Only in 231 in total.
This is a flip for me. Marietta could fold here or call,
Call.
and she calls, and Ronda will get out of the way. So we'll have cards on the back. We'll go to the flop cam, and the dealer will put them above and be very slow in his delivery of the cards, so that we can enjoy the process. And we go to the flop,
Flop.
and Sipa will show us the flop. And there you go. That's how to do it, Eugene.
10.
So there's a flush possibility with a spade on the river. That's the only way she gets out of jail. And well done, Eugene.
King's win.
Full house.
It was a 9 on the river, and he makes a full house. So timing is everything.
Nice hand.
Mariette will not be beating herself up here. That was a sensible call. There's nothing wrong with her call.
Yo, always finds us, eh?
This one. Yeah. This one. moves.
So good morning to all the people on our streams. I see that the half an hour buffering time, which the delay for the integrity of the game is now elapsed, and I see people coming online now. So hello to them. And Eugene survives his second all-in, doubles up, and as we discussed earlier in the stream, you know, this man is not to be given chips, because he will become dangerous very quickly. You know, that's the level of play you're dealing with Eugene. But you know, a good shove, he'll know himself that he has to win the flip. I mean, the fact that he made a full house is academic. The fact he won the flip was what was important.
60,000. Fold.
And trust me, everybody at the table will realise that Eugene has now got chips, and you'll see his style of play change considerably now. Now he's got some breathing space. So Harold folds, and Ray picks up the dead money from the hijack position. So let's look at where we are now. Eugene is now up to 13% of the chips in play on the table, 502,000, same as Ray. Rhonda remains at the bottom of the pile with her 8 big blinds, so we'll be seeing a move from her soon. Still 13 players in, 21 minutes on the level to go. And the blinds are at 10 and 20,000. Next blind level will be 12.24, and 24 on the big blind ante. So the price of poker is going up.
Fold.
Ray with the suited queen 6 folds under the gun.
Fold.
Eugene in the cutoff with 8-6 also folds.
Call.
All in.
All in.
And Rhonda's all in with the needles. Ace of diamonds, ace of clubs. Good luck, Rhonda.
152 more. 152,000 more.
And Harold's going to fold here.
Dank je slow.
Ja.
Wanneer die cashcam tot 6 uur ochtend gespeeld.
Hoe is het gegaan?
Ik was er niet aan.
Goed.
En ik was slow.
Should be calling any two cards, huh?
And you hear what Harold said. He said I should be calling with any 2 cards. It's such a small all-in. Well, the good news, Harold, is you didn't call with any 2 cards.
I'm gonna have to start jamming with any 2
No,
cards.
but I mean, 152 I should call it any two cards. I mean, even if you got aces, I got 2 live cards.
Yeah, I'm aware. Any 2 cards get hit.
So we're looking for movers in on the other table. It looks like Rudolph Ferrier's got a big stack, and Kenny at the bottom of our picture also looks like he's got a big stack, and Any Apple in the middle is shot there. It looks like the shorty might be Gareth Hudson in seat 1, possibly. And maybe at the bottom of our picture there, I think that's Olvin Pile. I'm not sure.
That's what I want to do. Yeah, I know.
Back to our feature table. So we'll talk about a bit about Mr. Sun. I've had the pleasure of playing with him at Sun City and a couple of other venues. Absolutely charming man. Very, very interesting. Married with 1 child. Been playing the game about 12 years. And he tells me his favourite hand's 9-7, but I mustn't tell anybody else. So please keep the secret. Eugene King 10. He's in the hijack. Expect to see a bet here now. He's got some playing chips, and he'll want to put some pressure on the button and the blinds. Obviously, Mr. Sun is from China. We've spoken about that. And lists his favourite venue as Sun City, having won the Monsterjam main event there in 2018. I'm not surprised. And his favourite player is Mr. Phil Ivey. So Eugene raises to 52,000. Marietta's pocket fours, and I suspect they're going to go in the muck. She's already been burnt once by Eugene, and it's a low pair this time. Having said that, it's not an all-in she's calling, it's 52,000, so she might go set mining. We'll see. Mr. Sun lists his dislikes at the table as people slow rolling him. I'm with you there, my friend. Looks like Marriott's going to make the call. And he tells me that his style of play is simple and tight. And of course, like most of us poker players, his other hobby is golf. You know, could have a nighttime hobby and a daytime hobby. You know, it's mandatory. And you know, he loves the Monsterjam team, and he tells us that it's his service and the structures, and you know, the client experience is wonderful, and he will keep coming back and playing tournaments with Monsterjam. So there's a raise in from Harold Brooks with his ace jack, and the rest of the table is going to take some notice here and fold around.
74.
It'll get back to Eugene very, very quickly, and we'll see what Eugene's going to do with his king 10. So his 3-bet to 174,000. I suspect Eugene's going to get rid of his cards, but he's thinking about it. And then Mariette will have the option to either call or fold, and I suspect her cards will go in the muck as well. And Mr. Sun said if he had a chance to have a 1-to-1 with anybody, it would be Tiger Woods. There's no surprise. Loves his golf.
Full.
And there go those cards. And Mariette is also going to put her fours in the muck, I'm sure. Doesn't want to tangle with Harold for 174,000. Even though she is ahead at this stage. Pocket fours against Harold's range are fairly weak. And that's predicted. Her hand goes in the muck, and Harold will pick up a nice little 150,000 for his trouble. Harold takes top spot with 1.3 million. Mr. Sun is in third place now with 605,000. I don't recall the hand he won, but he obviously did win a hand. It doesn't look like he has that many chips. Maybe we'll check that momentarily.
Harold.
So Eugene's under the gun. The blinds are still at 20 and 20 on the big blinds. 7-3 in Eugene's hand. That's going to go in the muck pretty quickly. Mariette will look down and find that she has 10-5 off, and they still closely follow. Harold Brooks has not picked up his cards and put them over the sensor, so we'll have a quick look now, see what Harold's got in his hand. Jack 10, my favourite hand. He's in the cut-off, so he might fancy just a little splash in a pot, costing 20k. And Jack 10 tends to flop well, so he won't be afraid of just having a little venture down here. It looks like Harold's going to actually make a raise here. I mean, Harold's got a very good table image, so a lot of the time these bets will get through. He is in the cut-off, so he's got the button and the blinds to come. Ronna's having to think about this with their ace-9, but with the two guys in the blinds to come after, I think she's got to push this across the table. Ray does the same with 6-5 suited, so whether or not Mr. Sun's going to get stubborn with 8-4, I suspect that's most unlikely. Has a quick glance up at the clock, does some sums on his head, slides it across, and surrenders another 40,000 chips for the big blind and the ante, and the rich get richer. Mr. Harold, Uncle Harold Brooks, he has now 35% of the chips in play on the table, 1.4 million. Blinds at 10,000, 20,000, 20,000 on the big blind ante.
I played my aces wrong with you. I should have just called and jammed. I should have just let it go.
13 minutes on the level.
Flop and jam, and you would have called
From the 53 original entries, 12 players remain, so it looks like we've lost a player from our outer table. We started the morning with 13.
I played that wrong. 1, 2, 3,
We will
4,
check that
5,
in a moment.
6, 12. Well, at least I'm not first guy out today.
There's someone out.
There's one out.
Henny is no more.
Is no more, huh?
Okay, so the players are actually talking about a player being out on the other table.
Better than 5 no more.
And we'll get a shot of that table in a moment. See if we can pick who the player out is.
Yes, I know. Did you know I know that?
Yeah.
Fold.
How effective music tastes actually can match up. Like apparently what it is.
Raise.
So Jack 8 in the muck,
Fold.
Jack 8 to call. So I'll just mute my mic for a moment and step away from the booth. I'm just going to poke my head out the door and check the other table.
Call. Flop. Check. $80,000 call. Fold.
You know what flash is? Sweet. Sharp.
Okay, I'm back from my little wander, and the other table has lost Henny Apple, so Henny Apple is away and we're down to 12 players. Back to the action on the feature table. Harold Brooks in under the gun, dominant chip leader at the moment on the table with 1.4 million. We haven't seen Harold's cards yet. He'll put him over the sensor, that'll reveal 6-4, and I'm pretty sure under the gun Harold's not going to get involved here. Wonderful human being, Mr. Harold Brooks. Always got time for everybody. Lovely to see him. And you quickly saw a shot of the other table there, and the gap that's been left by Henny Apple. And it is a gap because Henny's a good player and a good guy to have at the table, and he will be missed. Sorry we didn't see you on the future table. Okay, Rhonda to call. She's made the call, I believe, or are those raising chips?
70,000.
In fact, it's Raymond who's raising with his pocket nines. Mr. Sun will get out of the way. Not really had many cards, Mr. Sun, unfortunately.
Henny. Henny's up.
And now you hear the news is filtering through to the feature table that Henny is gone. You know, poker players don't like to see their buddies get knocked out, but at the same time they don't mind if they're strong players, you know. It increases their chances of getting nearer to the money. There's top 6 get paid, 12 players left, so there's still 6 from the money. So we're a little ways to go.
This one time I'm going to show you either way. Call or not. It's your only one.
I don't need to see.
So there's a little bit of chatter here from Ray, who's been very, very quiet. He's trying to affect Rhonda. I don't think Ray wants a call here, to be honest. I think he's happy to pick up the pots.
So if I see the flop, I get one more kick at the cat. I'll see the flop.
Call.
Okay, so we're on the pools with a Jack 10. I mean, I can't criticise her. I've spent enough time telling everybody how wonderful Jack 10 is. So let's see how it flops for her. Obviously, she's behind. Oh my word! She flops the joint. She flops the baby, and she's going to check.
110.
Oh, and
All in.
Oh. And there's the call. Ray will see the bad news and he'll be walking. He's almost drawing dead here.
112.
Almost drawing dead. He needs a good run of cards here. Actually, I think Ray covers Ronda, so he's going to double her up. He's not going to walk away from the table, but he won't be impressed to see what
112.
And Ronda's very proud of herself, and so she should be. She took the chance and she flopped the straight.
All in.
So we're going to see the turn. We need running cards.
10.
Okay, so that's it. There's a lock on the hand, and Ronda will double up through Ray, even though it's a set on the river.
Straight.
No, first one.
It's a nice flop, Jack 10.
it was not bad. It kind of worked out there.
You're not into TV, you look at the man on the turn,
No, I want to see myself on TV.
They also want to see the bank card.
You're on a half an hour delay, so you'll have to wait for that.
What a flop, huh?
And as Harold says, what a flop.
Poker gods are nice.
And
What a flop.
Would have been more exciting if the flop was
Ronda's
like
thanking the
9-8-7.
poker gods.
Yeah,
Still
not
got
for
the nuts.
me.
Those
Better
fictional
use-
characters that affect our poker hands.
Oh, is it me? Sorry, still stunned.
Yes, ma'am. Fold.
Okay, Mr. Sun with ace-2 folds. As I said, Mr. Sun's not really had a run of cards yet, which is sad because I like to see him play. He's got a nice style of play.
Well played. Well
Eugene with the 8-5 will fold here. Marietta's woken up with ace-6.
Raise.
And
65
she's raising from the small blind. What she's looking to do here is steal the big blind. Pot spin limp round.
Fold.
Harold folds. And Mariette with the better hand picks up 40,000, which is essentially the ante and the blinds from Mr. Brooks.
Rusty in this game.
So you hear some noise in the background. Those are the players who are in the 6-max coming into the arena. Here's our secondary table. Looks like Rudolph has been harvesting chips. Kenny looks like he's disgusted. No, he's showing his pocket sixes and picking up a small pot there. King 10 for Ray Adam. Expect a
Raise.
raise.
Ding dong. Are you playing? No, it doesn't look like it.
Fold.
I'm also looking forward to it, huh? But I'd rather be a...
So Eugene thinking about this one. 60,000 of call. He's got 350,000 chips. I don't think it's a flat call that he's got in mind. It's a fold or a raise.
Fold.
And he gets rid of his cards. So we got Nick Anoy there, just chatting with Kenny. Nick was eliminated from this event earlier in the day, or yesterday. and Neil Jacobs with his back to us, and then to the left of the dealer, we've got Gareth Hudson, Ogden Pillay, Divan LaRue, Rudolph Fleury, and then Kenny with his back to us. I'm looking forward to seeing the final table of the event. We've got so many good players still in. It doesn't matter what happens, we're going to get a very, very good final table here. And we're going to see some very high level poker. So we look forward to that. So a couple of shout outs for people who joined on the stream. To Shane. Shane's in Sydney, Australia. Father of my grandchildren. Nice to see you online, my boy. And enjoying the stream from Australia. Of course, they're about 8 or 9 hours ahead of us here in South Africa. Shane's a poker player also, and he always tells me he lives his life vicariously through the screen and me. We'll come visit you soon, and we'll play some poker in Sydney, or maybe get down to Melbourne and play the Aussie Millions. Sean Schumann is online. You remember Sean last night? He was the entertainment for the evening. We're in the Manchester United shirt, better known to his friends as Blaster. So welcome onto the stream, Blaster. It's a bit early for you, but nice to see you there. Mr. Elan Diraz, a buddy of mine in Johannesburg. So Elan, nice to see you on the stream also. David Oliver's also joined us, so nice to see you there, David. And the younger Zaki, son of Warren Legan. All the best to you, Legan. Nice to see you on the stream, and big shout out to your family, dad's side and your wife's side, and I'm hoping to catch up with some of your guys down here over the weekend on the main event. So big shout out to those new joiners to the stream. Always happy to see our poker friends watching.
Eugene, what did you have on that hand that you never showed when they told you to put it across there? It was the only hand in our recording last night that you never did, and you took down the pot and you tossed it.
I don't know which hand you're talking about.
So Rhonda's asking Eugene for his information from yesterday.
To the dealer, tell Eugene to put his cards over the card reader. Yeah.
Raise?
The dealer never told me that.
I don't think it ever got to that point, and then.
So it sounds like we're getting near the end of the level in the background there. So the blinds will be up on the next hand. Harold has made a raise of 60,000. Rhonda's busy chatting away to Eugene, but at the same time, she's masking the fact she's actually picked up a very nice hand on the button with ace queen. She's just going to just smooth call here, so that's interesting. Mr. Sun continues his bad runner cards with 7-2. They're going in the muck very quickly. Mr. Sun is stalling. You can't play those cards, Mr. Sun. You can't. Even if you're in the big blind. It's 60,000. Okay, what do I know about poker? Okay, he's going to make the call. That's could be frustration or it could be a superstitious thing. 7-2, not the best hand to be starting with. Let's see if the flop favors him and the poker odds have been good.
The button, all in.
Just write your name and details.
469.
So Mr. Hawaii-san here has flopped a 7 and gone all in with his 7-2. So what do I know about poker? We've just had a guest join us in the booth. I'll introduce him shortly. We'll just see this hand go. I don't think Harold is going to get too sticky here. He has got the up and down draw.
Come and kiss me afterwards.
And Harold Brooks says, I'll fold these, you can come and kiss me later. Typical Mr. Brooks. And Rhonda gets away from
Well played, sir.
that hand.
Nice one.
Thank you.
Wedding moves.
Welcome.
Okay, blend that up. 12.24. 24.24.
Ja.
Jetzt okay.
Jawohl. Was noch vorgehen?
Da runter. $24,000 to play.
Okay, cool. So I'm back. I'd like to introduce our new guest from Johannesburg, Craig Hartland. Hi Craig, how you doing?
Hi, good and you?
Lekker man, lekker. Craig's from Joburg, as I said, so a visitor like me to these shores. How's PE treating you?
PE is great. I'm actually from the area. Well, I'm from East London,
Okay,
so I have a lot of family around here.
lekker.
So yeah,
So have you done the family visits and the brides as well as the poker?
not yet. I only got here yesterday. I'm
Okay.
going to East London on Sunday afternoon.
Alright, so you're going to go down there after the main, I suppose.
Yeah.
So you come just to play the main or any of the other events? Or
I
what is
played
what's
the 6 max. I did 2 bullets. No good.
Okay, so you had to practice is what you're telling us.
Yeah, I had a practice round.
Okay, let's just quickly look at the screen. Rhonda Fiefland from Canada is all in for 304,000. There was a raise from Harold Brooks of 64, and Ray Adam has got out of the way. Eugene's not going to be hanging around with his Jack 3, I'm sure, and they go in the muck. So it's up to Harold to see if he's going to call, and I think we heard the call. So we're going to see a nice slow flop from our dealer. Obviously they're 73%, 27%. Rhonda's ahead. So is there any help for Uncle Harold on the flop? And he picks up the 2 hearts. If you see the ads on the top of your screen, so he's got 9 ads.
Flip
It's a flip now. You're absolutely right, Craig.
and chop outs.
Yep, there's chop outs, of course. Now there's 13 outs on the top of the table there. Bang! The river will deliver, Craig, eh? SickRiver.com.
Unbelievable.
And we lose our Canadian lady who is absolutely gutted. Looks like someone shot Harold in the head, by the way. I don't know what's happened there. He must have been shaving this morning. Rhonda, we're so sorry to see you go, but the river will deliver. And, you know, how many times has that happened to you, Craig?
Wow.
Too many, yeah?
From dominated pre to scooping.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. We lose our second player for the day, and you know, the very charismatic Rhonda Fiefland. She was, I saw her this morning giving oranges to the dealers, giving her books of matches from her local casino, decks of cards,
A chip, a card protector chip.
and you know, and she's a real caser. And
Up and down also.
I hope she won't mind me sharing that, but this is her feedback to me on commentating.
Okay.
So I have 6 pages, as you'll see, of handwritten notes here. None of it criticism, observations, and explanations of her play yesterday. And you know, us in the booth, us poker players who can't make it on the table anymore, we tend to make a few tongue-in-cheek comments. And she wasn't offended, but she wanted to explain what her process was. So when I said she was thanking for the TV, she said she was exhausted and she just couldn't lift her hands, etc., etc. So we'll have a quick look. It looks like we've gone to a pause here. So
Down to 10 now, I believe.
if it's down to 10, we were officially going to go down to one table on 9, but perhaps the clock is still running. The clock is still running, so I don't know what's happening. All the guys are on their phones. So top 6 get paid, Craig. Quite a healthy prize pool. We'll try and take a shot of the timing screen so we can look at the prizes. The tech team will just flick the camera around there and we'll get onto the screen. I think we had over 50 entries into this event, which is
53, yeah.
significant for you know,
It's a good turnout.
PE. No disrespect, but you know, we get those numbers in Johannesburg and Pretoria. You know,
Somehow Mark always finds it. Always finds a way to get the crew to travel.
yeah, and I think you know, you've obviously got a bit of experience of the Monsterjam Poker Tour. What is it about Mark and his team that's so attractive and attracts all the top players?
Look, he runs a good show, as I've said. Look, I don't always travel to all of these, like PE and Wild Coast, and if I find time, I'll go. But it's always worth it, you know. I just decided I'm going to come to PE now because I've got family here, and
Sure. So the added
it's
attraction.
a holiday and a poker tour for me.
So you alone or with family?
No, I came alone.
Okay, so
Yeah.
an alone holiday. I mean, these sheets in front of me are the player profiles. I mean, you and I haven't sat and filled one out yet, but what I do is I load these onto my laptop and I use them for references and build a whole library. But I always ask the last question: why Monsterjam Poker? Best tournaments in South Africa. Service, customer experience, client satisfaction. These are all words that constantly come through.
Yeah.
For the
Mark looks
Monsterjam
after his
team.
players. He really does, and
Yeah.
Roxy and Caitlin as well. They're a good team.
Yeah, I think
They got, my personal opinion, they go out of their way to help me. you
Yeah.
know, with whatever I need, whether it's rooms or transport from the airport, or whatever
Right,
it is.
right.
They go out of their way to make you feel at home.
And you know, you're echoing the sentiments of nearly every person who sits in that chair. And really, I mean, Mark's such an exacting person in terms of his standards. He doesn't settle for second best.
Yeah.
That shines through with obviously Caitlin and Roxy, and of course, you know, we've got the team out there on the floor as well with Big Dave and Sam, the
Yeah.
two tournament directors, and they do a good job as well. That's not an
They
easy
do.
role.
They've been around a long time, those two. They know what's
Yeah.
cooking.
Yeah, I did my tournament director's exam about 12 months ago, and it's not an easy thing to do. You've got to learn all the games, of
I
course.
can imagine, yeah.
Triple draw, single draw, Raz, and you know, the whole shooting match. And I studied for quite a long time and just scraped through. And these guys have to keep up to speed as well because the rules are changing.
Yeah.
And a good example is the evolution of the big blind. And I'll try and solicit your opinion on that. But you know, originally we used to sit there and the dealer would say who hasn't put their ante in, and we just, you know, sometimes it got to going back to cameras and wasting time.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous. So somebody come up with a genius idea of sort of putting all the antes together and making the button pay. And of course, the button paying created almost like a third blind.
Yeah.
And the dynamic of the game changed significantly. Now, Jack Ethel and his guys over there at WSOP and the Tournament Directors Association saw that very, very quickly. It was only a trial. And I don't know who, but some genius came up with the idea of moving it to the big blind. And there it stays. So what do you think?
Look, yeah, it's stuck. And like you say, the confusion of every player putting in an ante and going back to camera footage to see who hasn't put in 200 Rand. But the big blind ante, I think it's going to stick. I think it's gonna stick.
The only downside I've got in terms of anybody saying to me, you know, bad or not happy with it, is that when it gets short-handed, so if there's 3 or 4 players, back in the old days it was 3 or 4 antes.
Yeah.
But now it's still 10 antes, even if it's 3 or 4 players, because
Right.
it's the same as the big blind.
Yes.
I say in answer to that, and I mean I'm on the fence here. I say in answer to that, you know, you can't be changing it relevant to the amount of players on the table because that would just become even more confusing.
Right.
So it has to stay the same as the big
blind.
blind. And you know, the structures of tournaments are now taking that into consideration. So the structures are changing or being adjusted slightly, so we're not losing any time or not increasing any time. And I don't think it's had that major an impact personally. I think it's just a good thing in terms of saving time and confusion. That's my opinion. I don't know what you think.
I agree, 100%.
Good. So we got the timing screen up there, and we're on the second level of the day before our first break. As you see, we had 53 entries. We've now got 11 players in. I think that might be wrong if we're taking a break and reshuffling.
Should be 10, yeah.
Should be 10. The prize pool was quite healthy. 1.84 million. So we got 633,000 up top. That would make the trip from Joburg worth it, wouldn't it?
Definitely worth it.
Unfortunately, you or I didn't get a shot in this for various reasons. 92,000 in sixth place. So, you know, we're going to see a little bit of tightening up. I think, you know, ICM considerations now at the tables, particularly from the short stacks, want to try and ladder up.
Hundreds.
Yeah.
What was the buy-in for this tournament again?
40k. Yeah. And there's several people in for 2 and 3 bullets.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, Rhonda has just gone out, make no secret of the fact she fired for 3 bullets in this, and I'm sad to see her go because I'd like to have seen her make her money back.
Yeah.
I mean, Kramer will be on the list there somewhere, of course.
So how did she get to come to Monsterjam?
It's a bit of a roundabout sort of story, and I've only got a bit of it. So it starts with, when did you start playing poker? And I sat and chatted with her, and her poker career, 2 years ago, they played for Matchsticks in the kitchen, but her poker career started 8 months ago when she got divorced. She said, I had to find something to do, so I've decided to take up poker full time, and I'm a professional. She just woke up one day, packed it in. She was an accountant with a successful business. Her father was horrified, apparently, and she said, I'm going to be a professional poker player, and that was it. Though I don't know that that's the, should we say, the varsity approach to poker. I think you have to get some training, but obviously she feels confident in her ability. She has some friends, I believe it was online, I'm not sure, in South Africa, and they invited her to come across here. She sort of Googled South Africa poker, Monsterjam came up on the screen, and tied the two together, jumped on a plane, and here she is.
Oh, wow.
And she's quite a fun character.
She is, she's very lively. I haven't played with her yet, but she seems like a very lively person, lively character, fun to be around.
Well, she ran good in the first few days for a while, and then obviously had to rebuy a couple of times. But
that's not fun.
Yeah, that's not fun. But she came to play, you know.
Yeah.
And she I don't know. Caitlin did an interview with her, which you can pick up on Facebook and our other streams. And she said she's come to play. She's here to play the main as well. She's really looking forward to that. And she told her father, who's 83, that she's bringing home a trophy. So good for her. Go girl. Go Canada.
Yeah. Good luck.
Yeah, so you know, what a great lady and a great story. It would be
quite a story if we had a woman winning one of these events on Women's Month.
Indeed, it's Women's Day today, isn't it? There's a public holiday in South Africa.
So I'm rooting for Mariette.
Yeah, me too.
Good friend of mine. I want her to win this high roller.
And she's solid, She's a solid player.
She's solid.
I mean, she took a little bit of a hit. I don't know if you've been watching the stream or the live game. She took a bit of a street. She was heading the table with about 1.3 million, and she made a call against Eugene. Eugene had the overs and she had the pair, and of course Eugene hit his pair, and she doubled up Eugene, which is always dangerous, of course. You don't want Mr. Duplessis to get chips.
Yeah.
But she still was hovering around the 800, 900,000 mark, and then Harold made a few good moves, and he's sitting about 1.4 on the table. But we'll get an accurate chip count momentarily if they're getting together on the feature table.
Okay.
But yeah, Mariette is playing very solid poker, very considered.
I play with her a lot in Joburg, the cash games, and yeah, she's solid.
Good.
Solid.
Yeah, she's our last lady standing. We actually had, I see Bozo's on the feed here, David Rosenthal, who we know and love.
Yeah.
Shout out for you, brother, if you're listening.
Boz.
Get out of your bed. Come down here. Let's get some of your opinions. You used to be the best player in Africa, apparently. So he tells me.
And now he sleeps till 2 o'clock.
Yeah, what's going on, Bozo? Come on, get out of your bed, my boy. We're looking forward to seeing you. Yeah, so we had Lauren Scott in the booth here yesterday doing some commentary.
Okay.
A little bit apprehensive when she walked in, seen all the TV screens and microphones and all these men. Soon settled down and gave us some real considered opinions. And, you know, hooray for her. She really represents ladies poker in Johannesburg for sure. I mean, I see her in Monte Casino playing in the cash games regularly. She's normally there for the Wednesday tournament and normally plays in the Sunday tournament as well.
Yeah.
So we're always happy to see her. And to be fair, I mean, she didn't play in the 40k, but she played in some of the other events. And she actually knocked me out of the free roll. Shocking behaviour.
Yeah, she cashed in the free roll, I believe. Yeah,
she did. So I've just got Caitlin walked in behind me. I'm just going to ask her. She's going to. Yeah, after Craig, give us half an hour and pop back and say we welcome her back. So sorry, I just jumped off the feed there, but Caitlin, who we were talking about earlier, just popped in to tell me we've got another special star in waiting somewhere. Just going to come and see us later. But that's all to come in the future. So I think I could make some moves with 660,000 chips or rands into my bankroll. That would make the trip back up the Joburg a little bit easier for me, I'm sure.
Good. So who do you think is going to win?
Well, I've got a sneaky suspicion that Alvin Pillay is going to win it.
Didn't Alvin just get knocked out?
Is he the one who's out?
You got knocked out on the other table, I think.
Okay, but we're not up to date with the numbers, so I'll have to take my money off of him. My other horse was Gareth Hudson, but I think he's pretty short-stacked as well.
Yeah, he is a bit short.
But Gareth's a solid player, Scottish guy, just recently got married. I know
him very well.
You know
very well.
Gareth very well. Fellow Pom, as I like to say.
Yeah.
You know, we're us Poms who come hide over here in South
So
Africa.
you guys are fellow Poms when it suits you, eh? But he's Scottish and you're British.
You know, you obviously know the script here. You obviously know. All right, let's just get to it. He's a jock. I'm English, but we're British when it suits us.
Yeah,
You're absolutely right. It's nice
exactly.
having two flags to fly, you know. I mean, come on. I mean, I've got three. I even have a green mamba as well, you know. So I married a South African many, many years ago, and I'm happy to call myself South African. And they say the true test is who you're supporting when England play the Springboks. Well, I'm a
Exactly.
Boks supporter and a long-suffering banana boy from KZN, and I love the Sharks. So I think that answers that. So I see Andrew Joseph Diab is online. Andrew, I met in the Wild Coast. It's nice to see you, Andrew. I saw your dad was around earlier, Brian. Nice to see you online, and hopefully we're going to see you at the next stop in Sabaya. So welcome to the stream. Looks like we're going to get some action up here on the table.
Sitting 2, 4, 6, 8, 10-handed, eh?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Absolutely 10-handed. So, you know, we got an interesting set of guys here. In seat 10, that's, geez, I'm terrible with names. Neil Jacobs. Sorry, I had to think about it for a minute. And then you've got Ray Adam working your way back. Harold Brooks, Hawei Sun, Eugene Duplessis, that's Mariette with her back to us, Kenny Morgan, Rudolph Fourie, Gareth Hudson, and Divan Leroux. So pretty strong field, and some pretty heavy hitters here from South African poker, huh?
The usual suspects on the final table. I'm going to give you my final 3 prediction.
Okay, I'm going to write this down, Craig, because I'm going to give you carrots when you're not here. You know that, eh?
Okay. I'm going to go with, I think Mariette's going to fluke a win.
Okay.
Mariette to win.
I'm writing this down, by the way, viewers.
Divan second.
Okay, Divan Leroux second.
He's going to make his way back into it. And Kenny third.
And Kenny Morgan in third place.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm not giving you any of those. I'm still going for my man Gareth Hudson. That's British people, you know.
Yeah.
So I'm going to put Gareth Hudson down there. Look around the table. I'm going to give Mariette second because it is Women's Day today. And also, I would really like to see one of the ladies in the winner's circle. And, you know, nostalgic, but Uncle Harold for third. That's where I'm
Yeah,
going.
he's got a big stack there now that I
Yeah,
look at it, eh?
and Uncle Harold for third. Now Bozo will be upstairs going, Uncle Harold's going to win this, and he's going to ring me in a minute and give me carrots. But,
Yeah.
you know, I can only go with my gut. I mean, Bozo, if you'd have been in, I've been supporting you, my boy.
100% all the way, Bose.
But I'm sorry, you're not. And trust me, we're going to get some phone calls later from Bozo. He's on a half an hour delay, so we just got to wait for him to digest the grief that we're giving him, even though he's not here.
Okay.
Okay, so let's get back to the action. We're just picking up on the software over there and just programming it in. So we're only getting the visual and the audio at the moment. Okay, the button looks to be on seat number 9, which is the usual starting point. We got an all-in straight away from Eugene. Let's just turn the mic up on the table so we can hear what's being said.
There we go.
Yeah. So Eugene's all in. We don't know what the cards are because we've not reset the software yet, but no need to worry.
No action.
No sweat with Eugene, and the chip shipped across there.
12, 24, 24.
So just so the viewers know why we're just catching up, the guys have been allocated seats. They only get allocated seats several minutes ago. They do a draw. We then have to go around and get accurate chip counts. We need to get seat numbers, and we have to program our computer accordingly,
Okay.
which takes a little bit of time. And you know, this is us learning and we're evolving. What we should be doing is taking all that information, giving the players a 5-minute break, and then starting afresh. But you know, we're all learning and evolving. So
Yeah, this is all pretty new to me as well.
yeah, it's fine. So we got Divan in the small, Gareth in the big. Rudolph folds his cards. Kenny looks down, slides them across the dealer. Mariette is next to act. She's not interested in playing. Eugene looks down at his cards. Obviously we can't see them at the moment. They're getting the muck. Mr. Huawei-san, have you played any poker with him?
I think I played with him in Menlyn, Maine last year. The cash game tournament.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting character from China. Works out of Botswana. He's a contractor.
Okay.
Loves playing golf. Like to sit down and have chats with Tiger Woods, he tells me. That's his favourite one-to-one person. 9-7 is his favourite hand. And just enjoys the whole experience of poker. Really, really nice gentleman as well.
Seems like a very quiet guy, yeah.
Yeah. He has his moments though at the table. Last night he was giving us a little song at the end. It was his way of saying goodnight, I think. So he's a good man. I don't know if Uncle Harold is called here or what happened. No, so Ray's getting rid of his cards. And do you know Ray or Neil very well? Ray was seat 9 and Neil?
No. Seat 9 and 10, I don't know them at all.
No. But they're reasonably regulars on the high roller circuit.
Okay.
One from Cape Town, one from up our neck of the woods, I believe. I don't actually know them too well either. That's why I was asking you the question.
No.
Had a chance to briefly speak with both of them. Great guys this morning. I didn't get a chance to do a player profile, but both looking forward to the final table, which we now have, of course. And very anxious to do well. So we got Divan on the button. Gareth's going to be in the small. Rudolph is getting the bad news. I think the blinds are at 24, 12, 24 and 24 in the big blind ante. So quite a lot of dead money out there on the table to start with. And in seat 4, Kenny likes to be known as KM on the table.
Yeah, I've noticed on the updates.
It's his undercover name. So we'll just we'll call it Kenny for reasons. He'll put his cards on the sensor, and hopefully our software is now picking up. Okay, we've got a problem with Kenny's chips being on the sensor, so we'll get one of the team to go and ask him to move his chips so we can see his cards. So now you're seeing the technology fresh from behind the scenes now, Craig. This is quite an interesting concept.
Very interesting. I'm quite impressed, I must say.
Yeah. So
this is the first time you guys are using it?
No, it's the second time. We've had it running before. We had it running at the Wild Coast.
Okay.
And prior to that, we had the old system where you had pinhole cameras in the sort of side of the table, and you had to
like a
show
Sun City, yes.
Yeah, that's right. That's correct. Yeah. So a bit of a shout out to the Card Stream guys. I mean, you know Carl Marburg, of course. Well, Carl is Mr. Card Stream South Africa.
Okay.
And Carl built the table with his brother and some help from family members. And got all the kit imported from America. We have special decks of cards that I was going to show you them, but the decks of cards have got microchips in them.
Mark explained to me yesterday, yeah.
Oh, okay, right. So, and those chips are sensed by the RFID sensors in the table, and obviously there's a big sensor under the box where we use for the flop of the turn the river. And Marcel, who's sat to my left here, he's the guy who is monitoring what the dealer's saying. We've got a mic above his head so we can hear him.
Okay.
And what bets are being made. He will program in the bets, which obviously updates here. We know that it's a big blind, so 24 is the starting point.
Right.
If it's a fold, he's tracking the action, so he'll hit the fold button. And he keeps up to date with it. No need to program the cards because the cards are automatic, of course. And so here we go. So it's 24 to call. Harold Brooks's cards we can't see at the moment because it's
probably
not on
the same
the
problem as Kenny, yeah.
Yeah, and players evolve. They get used to the right place to put them. There are little tiny sort of 90-degree box corners of boxes. You know, you have to have an imaginary box that you put your cards in based on those 2 reference points.
Up to 64,000.
And Harold's very good. He normally puts his cards in the right place. So Ray Adam picks up ace-8 suited. He's a fold, very tight. Neil Jacobs is probably going nowhere with the suited queen, ace-queen.
Ace-queen of hearts.
He's got 850,000. He's in the hijack, so late position. Probably going to see some sort of move here. He's looking across at Divan and Gareth, trying to see if they're warming up for something over there.
Okay, so Harold's made it 64.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, action's on Neil, right.
Yeah. So big raise here, action here, button and blinds to come.
4 more to come.
Re-raise.
So that's a re-raise. Hopefully Divan's going to put his cards on the sensor. All of these players are familiar with the technology, so Divan's woken up with ace-10 offsuit here. He's going to have a think about it, but a raise and a re-raise, ace-10 isn't so attractive after that, really, is it? I suspect we're going to see Divan put that in the muck. Gareth Hudson looks down, 9-4 on the button. That's gone. Rudolph is disgusted with his cards, and Kenny, who we haven't, who's hiding his cards at the moment, not deliberately, I might add, has decided to keep out of the way, and Harold is obviously going to call, and we're going to see a flop. Yeah. Let's see what the poker gods are going to bring us. Okay, so the ace-queen is ahead with the high card. 85% equity at showdown currently. No real backdoors developing here for ace-9 suited, so a check from Harold.
Continuation, bet should get it done.
I think so. And what are you sizing? 150, half pot, somewhere around there?
Where's the size of the pot here? 320, 110 he bets, yeah, that's enough.
Yeah, it's enough. And Harold gets out of the way and the best hand wins. And Harold will log that. So let's have a look at the chip counts. These are in order, not seat order. These are actually in monetary order.
Okay.
So at the top we've got Rudolph with 2 million. And down the bottom, Gareth Hudson is our small stack with the British flag, I might add. And he's on 8 big blinds. And of course, what we tend to do, the lower stacks we do our big blinds, and then the higher stacks are just by percentages of the chips in play.
Okay.
And of course, now being a single table, they are the chips in play. So that's great. Okay, so Eugene's under the gun here. So Marietta will be in the big, Kenny in the small. It's quite an interesting dynamic coming. 20 minutes ago, Eugene was short stacked, and under the gun he was shoving with hands like Queen Jack.
Yeah.
And for the viewers out there now, he's actually got some chips. He's made the final table. They're 4 from the money. He's in very early position, and he doesn't even think twice and folds it. That's the difference of position and chips, you know. Divan gets the same hand again, huh? Do you think he gave his cards back?
There's going to be action this hand. Fold it around to him.
It looks like a 60,000 bet there.
55, I think.
Is it 55?
Yeah.
Okay, you're right. Your eyesight's better than mine. You're obviously a lot younger than me. Okay, that's not in the muck. So Kenny is a snap call there, huh?
Yeah, at the blind, ace-6 of hearts.
So Kenny the small blind. Mariette gets rid of the big blind. Very painful losing those chips, huh? Because you feel like you've lost double. Well, you have actually.
Ooh.
So we get the 2 hearts there. So Kenny's still going to be hanging around for this one. And percentage-wise, of course, he is ahead.
Yeah.
Even though that he hasn't made a pair or anything, but his outs obviously are significant in comparison. So check, check.
Focus, check, check. Ooh.
So backdoor straights coming around here.
Kenny finds the straight.
Yeah, Kenny finds the straight. In fact, you're right. Absolutely, not a backdoor. And of course, very strong hand because he's got the flush draw as well. You know.
I don't see Divan getting away from this if it's checked to him.
I think he's made a bet, Kenny. I think he's come out betting. Yeah, bet 115,000. EA fired. And I think Divan can get away from this. If it had been a check from Kenny there,
Divan
and I'm surprised that Kenny didn't just check back
I
there.
would have checked, yeah.
But there's been a dynamic between Kenny and Divan for an hour or so now on the previous table, so we don't know what's going on history-wise.
It's also not often that Divan checks every street, whether he's got it or not. He's not checking every street.
No, he likes to get some value in the pot.
Yeah, he puts pressure.
For sure. You've obviously played a bit with Divan. A very good cash game player. Huh?
Very, one of the best.
Yeah, indeed. No, discipline folder.
Very
Discipline fold. And Kenny picks up chips. And Kenny shows in the 8 just to prove that he had it.
No, he showed both. He showed both.
Did he show both? Yeah, okay, so Kenny's reputation is intact.
Yeah.
His image will remain. And poor old Gareth, one of my picks is at the bottom. Eugene, one of the stronger players I think in the field on 13 bigs. And Mariette's our lady pick there, third from the bottom. So she needs to start making a few moves, huh?
All in with a chance.
Oh, yeah, listen, there's,
No one's really dying of the short stack.
I think Gareth on 8 bigs is certainly danger zone material. It
Yeah,
depends
8
what your,
bigs.
well, you know, it depends what your own personal feeling is. I mean, I can still hang around with 2 bigs and hope to win. You know, I'm the eternal optimist.
24,000 to play. 24.
Okay, we don't see Mr. Sun's cards yet, but they're in the muck. Harold folds his king 3. Ray Adam undergun +2 here. Yeah, Ray's very quiet, but he likes to pull a few moves. I mean, he likes to steal.
Way out of position, eh?
Yeah, I mean, and this is not unusual for Ray. I've seen this play several times from him. But his table image is good.
Ooh, we got action.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Divan will take his time here. There'll be no quick reaction from Divan.
He's probably going to re-raise, and I don't see Ray following through with 9-10 off here.
No, not at all. Of course, there are a significant number of players to Divan's left to
After
play.
Divan, yeah.
Yeah, so Divan's got to make it very unattractive for them to come along. He wants to protect his hand.
Yes.
It's ladies' day, so it's nice to see the queens out there. Ladies never go out alone, as they say. So it's a pity Marinette didn't have them, I suppose. That would have been just perfect. But maybe it's her turn later. Gareth's looking intently at Divan there. A real study from Gareth on Divan. Nice camera angle from our tech team here.
Yeah.
I've noticed that is that the baby?
Divan's shoved, yeah.
Okay, so the triangle of death is up for Divan. Message clearly sent to the rest of the team.
Yeah.
And this is going to be quickly folded around, and I'm pretty sure you'll... Oh, hang on. If any player gets away from this hand, it's Eugene. I think he can get away from this. Look at his chip count.
Oh, he's quite short.
Yeah.
He's got 10, 12 bigs.
Play 21.
I don't know, he might put it in here. I think he puts it in.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big hand, but, you know, given the action, there was a raise to 60,000 by Ray Adam. Ray's been pretty tight. He's looking across, he's looking at Ray stack, and he's looking at Divan. And I think you'll find that the effective stack is yourself, Mr. Duplessis. I think you might be the player at risk here. So, based on the information available, I think he has a fold in his armory here. I think he does. But, as you know, short stacked, it is a difficult one.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought he was putting it in, he did.
Okay, Craig. You predicted. I mean, Ray's going to get this in, and we're going to go to the flop cam. And hopefully our dealer is taking in the training and gives us a nice slow flop turn and river, so we can look for sweats and ads. Big hand. Okay, so no real backdoors there.
Running 8-10 we got.
Yeah, that's about it. That's where it gets to. Obviously a jack. Okay, so is sickriver.com going to visit us again? My money's on a no, and we're going to lose Eugene from the table. Well done, Eugene. Well played.
Yeah, unlucky.
Always a pleasure to see you at any table in South Africa. He'll be disappointed, but when he looks back on it, I don't think he'll feel he made a mistake there.
No, well, that's like you pretty much got to get it in.
Yeah. So we're just having a count of viewers at home just to confirm that Divan's got more chips than Eugene. Oh right, so we had a misstep on the chip count there. So we don't lose Eugene. But what we do is we have a new short stack, so we'll look for a chip count, an accurate one, and update our stats. So there's still a smiling Eugene at the table. And So Mr. Sean Butko has joined us. Butters. How's
Sean
it, Sean?
Butker, a very good friend of mine.
Yeah, Sean's online. It's actually a bit early for him to be out of bed, actually. I'm quite surprised. Nice to see you on the stream, Sean.
How's a buttercup?
So, got Craig Hartland in the booth with us here today. Really nice to see you with us and getting an insight from our side, but also getting an insight from you and your knowledge of the players, which is extensive. So, we thank you for taking the time to come visit with us, Craig.
Sure.
Okay, Mr. Brooks, 1.6 million under the gun. Uncle Harold sailing a bit here, huh?
How many chips are in play?
We'll have a quick look in a moment.
8 million. Oh, so Harold's got a very, very, very decent stack.
Yeah, big stack. So Divan's got the 8-7 suited of clubs here. He folds that. Gareth looked down at. I mean, Gareth's not getting any cards at all here.
It's going to have to start making some moves.
Yeah, indeed.
Before the blinds get to him, I think. There,
No, there it goes. There it goes. You know, and you know, us, the players. You know, we know in our heads what the shove shots are. You know, we don't need a computer program. You know, it's almost intuitive now. You know, he knows that he's got a suited queen there. He's been very, very quiet. His rep's in good shape. So it's going to take. I mean, he's got a bit of fold equity with the chip stack he's got. I don't think Eugene calls here. I know he's a short stack.
Depending on what his stack is, he might have to get it in with any two, yeah.
He's got 88,000, Eugene, according to our count. I don't know how accurate that is at the moment. My tech guys are saying they don't think it's entirely accurate. They're waiting for an updated count from the floor.
Okay.
So, I mean, Eugene's in the small. I don't know what he's carrying behind there, but it doesn't look like a lot. I mean, they're 5,000s, those purple chips.
Yeah, you had to get it in. I think the combination of tilt factor and stack size, you had to get it in.
I wasn't going to mention that, but as you brought it up, you're absolutely right. So he's all in. And I think he will be the player at risk this time.
Okay.
I don't think Gareth's happy to see Eugene shoving the baby there.
I'm sure we'll get to see the cards.
Wow.
3-1. Yeah, you're getting 3-1.
Well, Kenny's already done the numbers. Oh dear. Kenny the computer.
Wow.
So, Queen High is still ahead.
Little king ball? Like the king.
So plenty of opportunities here.
Queen high holds. Must be nice.
Gareth, Gareth with the Queen 3. Doesn't double up, but certainly eliminates Eugene. Sorry to see you go, my friend. And we'll try and get some accurate counts. Doesn't take Gareth out of the danger zone by the look of it.
Yeah. You should have more than that.
Yeah, I would have thought so as well. Let's say sometimes we don't get accurate counts from the floor, so we have to wait and see. 34 minutes to the break.
Should be in the money by then, you think?
I would like to think so. I mean, we're going to start to see the big stacks have to make a few moves, as you've noted. We're down to 9 players, of course. 6 get paid. So there are ICM considerations in terms of the way in which our players are going to act now. And, you know, we've all been there. You know, we don't want to be the bubble. I'd rather do a Eugene now than be the bubble and get the publicity, you know. But so none of us had Eugene in our top 3. Neither of us. So he's no great loss to us, but he's a great loss to the feed, for sure.
One of the greatest players in the country.
Yeah.
And had he had a bigger stack, I would have put a lot of money on him to win it. But when I walked in here, he was quite short already.
Yeah, for sure.
24,000.
So Ray's gone a bit quiet over here under the gun. I mean, he tried a little move earlier with the 9-10 and got raised and re-raised and had to run away very, very quickly. Gareth's card's going to the muck, 7-5 for Rudolph, so he's not going anywhere. Rudolph's been very, very quiet at the table. We've not seen it.
Haven't seen one hand from him.
And you know, normally he's quite chirpy, jovial, and he's splashing a few chips around. But maybe he's got his serious head on today.
It's a walk, Harold.
I'll take that, he says. I'll take that.
Great to get a walk when you got your big blind times 2 in there.
Yeah, indeed. One is ringing there, but you need to answer it. So, So the people out on the feed now are currently watching the end of the dual table. They're now seeing the breakup and the people
Okay.
coming together on the feed. So we're about a half an hour behind. They're a half an hour behind us, of course. We're commentating live for the viewers at home and in a secure area. And you're getting it a half an hour later. So there's been a bit of action here, of course.
24,000 to play.
This is Neil in the under the gun. Not seen anything from Neil since you sat down.
No.
It's almost like he's not there.
Yeah, he hasn't got a hand.
He's a lovely chap, by the way. I don't really know him, but we chatted a little bit this morning. Gareth looks down at King 8. Remember, he put it in with Queen 3 suited earlier. He's under the gun +2, so
Didn't
you know.
expect him to do that.
Yeah, but people will know what
Very
he was
early
shoving with
position.
last time.
Yeah.
I mean, he's under gun +2 here.
Oh, Mariette. So she had queens there, did I see wrong?
I didn't see the feed, I've got to say. We'll get a feed on Marriott's cards in a moment.
I think she has queens. As we mentioned earlier, Women's Day. She finds the ladies.
Another all in.
Look at that. I must have ESP, eh? Start reading crystal balls and doing the future thing, you know. Mr. Sun with pocket
Yeah,
sevens,
snap-
I'll tell you,
snap
this
fold.
poor man. Every time he gets a hand, he's on the end of a 3-bet or a re-raise or something, you know. And look at his face, you can just see it in his eyes, like, what is going on here? Now, you know, and I know that this is a fault. But Mr. Sun it gets a bit sticky with his pairs, trust me.
This should be an easy fold, no question.
Yeah,
A shove, shove.
I mean, for sure. I mean, it's a snap fold, but you know, he's so frustrated. He sees the button in front of him, and I played a lot of poker with Mr. Sun. He will fold this eventually, but it'll take some time because he's just under Harold's goading him there. No, of course, as well. That doesn't help.
Allowed, Mr. Sun. You're busy with thinking. I'm just thinking of the
Oh dear, it was a pleasure to have Harold at the table. One of life's gentlemen, great human, never gets phased. Come on, Mr. Sun. You've had your TV time. Thank you very much. Harold's going to look down and find himself with.
Oh, wow.
Is that possible?
I was just thinking of the. No problem.
Is that possible, Craig?
Queens and queens.
I'm winning.
I think Garrett's going to win this hand, in all honesty.
This could be so sick, Craig, and you're here to see it live with us. I'll let you do the description. I'm going to sit back and let you do the voiceover on this one. So our dealer will bring the cards down, and
Garrett's got it in with 3 outs.
No, I don't know. But
And a miracle flush.
Me and him out. I have an ace.
I got a feeling he's going to find the
The
king here.
flop got 10, that ace. That's the hand. He push you all in.
Yes!
oh my word.
Read it like a book.
Oh my word. You're a sick man, Craig. There's no queen coming on the river, trust
Too
me.
much power.
He's got it locked up, Gareth. He's going to triple up.
Unbelievable.
Happy birthday,
Gareth.
Great Britain.
Well played, bro.
Told you he was going to win.
I knew it.
I
I just
told
had a
you he's
feeling.
gonna
I had a
win.
feeling. When I saw queens against queens, something sick was about to happen.
The only bad news is Gareth didn't have many chips.
He's tripled up.
Yeah,
Got a
he's tripled
big
up.
stack now.
You can smile, Gareth. It's okay.
Gareth, I called it for you, son.
Are you
I knew that
expecting
king was
something in
coming.
return
I
here,
knew that
obviously?
king was coming.
You're expecting something in return here, Craig, obviously.
Wow,
What a sick hand.
that was unbelievable.
What a sick hand.
Shame for Mariette. Short stack.
My word. I mean, Mariette was sat there with 1.2 million when she came to this table.
Yeah.
You know?
And if you wasn't sure.
And she wakes up with the queens as we wished for her on Women's Day.
Yeah.
I
we
mean,
spoke
which
about
part of
it.
Harold Brooks is a woman? In fact, don't answer that. Don't answer that.
What?
Because he's probably going to put a hit out on me or something. I mean, Gareth's busy counting chips over there. I didn't think I was going to be saying that for a while.
Wow. Triple up.
What a great hand for him. And that's a pivotal moment in the tournament, I think.
That's a big moment in his tournament, yeah.
I mean, Harold sees the funny side of it because he just doesn't get phased. You know? Maria is probably spitting nails there. You can see the back of her head.
Yeah, shame.
Very much a shame. But, you know, it's a brutal game, huh? It's a brutal game.
Yeah.
They don't have websites called sickriver.com and Barry Greenstein writing books called Ace on the River for nothing.
For
you know?
nothing, 100%. Gareth, you gifted soul.
Yeah, Gareth, look down at that in the under the gun +1. Yeah, no need to consider that. I have newfound wealth. I'm busy organising my funds. Rudy's sitting there thinking, what's going on? Am I actually going to play a hand?
It's like Kenny's raised here with 5-8 of clubs. Jeez, like that's a big raise.
Yeah, Kenny's been very quiet, huh? 260,000. I mean, you know, crumb buns and flood and flush hunters keep out. So that's what that's saying, you know.
Yeah.
Dear, oh dear. I'm still flabbergasted by that queens over king.
Unreal.
King 9 or king 8 was it?
King 8 of hearts.
King 8. Note to file. King 8 of hearts. Gareth Hudson. I'm writing that down for those of you at home.
Yeah, he's not going to live this one down.
Yeah, Gareth is a buddy of mine. He's a buddy of Craig's. I'm going to actually find his wife. That's what I'm going to do and say, just tell her, all you have to say tonight is King 8 of hearts. You're going to make your man smile. Actually, might be railing him. I don't know. I didn't see.
Oh, did you come with him?
Yeah, she's here. I saw her at the beginning of the week. First time I met her. What a charming young woman.
I haven't met her yet. Tracy, her name is.
Yeah, lovely lady. Yeah, lovely, lovely lady. Well, she would be. She's South African, of course. I'm saying that because my wife's from Toti. She's a good South African girl from KZN. So, Kenny's going to get this through, eh?
Looks like it.
8-5 of clubs, the new aces, eh?
I think the bet sizing was wrong. It looks like it's 60,000.
Yeah, I think you're right as well. In fact, we've just updated it to 60,000.
Yeah.
So maybe we will see a call here. Yeah. So looks like Neil and Ray are both called, in fact, with their aces. Well, Kenny's got the ace-6 is obviously ahead with the 2 pair
All in.
of Neil.
Oh, he shoves, eh?
Ray shoves. I don't think Neil's going anywhere here.
252 all in.
Unless Neil's got Ray on a 2 in his range, and I don't think so.
No.
So he's got to think his 6 is good.
Okay, so Neil's going to call and Kenny's going to fold.
Yeah, I mean, Kenny's got nothing going on there. Maybe Neil's worried about Kenny with the overpair.
Maybe an overpair. Oh, there he's called.
He's called. So I think you're right. Kenny ships his chips across. Sorry, his cards across, and we're going to an all-in flop and sorry, an all-in turn and river. So a pair of 6s ahead with the ace kicker.
Two for a chop.
And boats up.
6 more. Play out. I will shove and fold it. It is a ace card. Yeah.
She's not going to come and sit and take in the ambience. Just make sure you snag a phone. Do me a favour, just take Craig's phone with you as well. I confiscated it off him when he came in. Pay it all. Okay, sorry for the loss of sound there for a moment. So the 6 held up, huh?
6 held up, boated up on the river.
What is fickle
he
Gareth?
boated up on the turn actually. Higher boat.
Gareth's got one of his all-in hands. Suited
Not
queen.
anymore. He's going to be net city until the money now.
You think the doors are closed though?
Yeah, shop's closed.
Yeah, I think so too.
Raise up to 60. 60,000.
So we've been joined in the booth by Rhonda. She's going to pick up a chair and have a sit behind us. Rhonda won't have a headset and be on the feed yet. She's just come to watch for a little while. We've got a break in 20 minutes, and after the 20-minute break, Rhonda will join us full time on the feed. But please come and sit between us here, Rhonda, so at least you can see what's happening and get a grip. I'm sorry we haven't got a third headset for you, but as you'll know, we're watching the feed live, and this is going out on a half an hour delay. I don't know if you were watching outside earlier, but we're just recovering from the Queen's hand. and young Gareth Hudson becoming a rich man in one hand. And Craig, being the sick puppy that he is, did call the king on the flop, so it's his fault. But Gareth now affectionately be known as King 8. Okay, we're going to a flop here. And
Top pair versus middle pair and a gutter ball.
yep, that was check. He's going to bid 100,000, Harold. And I don't think Rudy's going anywhere.
Rudolph bet and Harold called.
Oh, it was the other way around. So ace-8 wins. And the rich get richer, Craig. First time we've heard from Rudy all day. And no doubt Rudy, having talking chips, will have something to say.
Yeah. Found his mouth full of the chips.
So he's got 2.2 million. I mean, he's got the best of it. But you know, those blinds are creeping up very, very quickly. And you know, Marriott's got to start making a move here before the break. I mean, she's in bad shape, running on fumes at the bottom of the par. And you know, on Women's Day, we want a lady in the final. I mean, at least you and I both predicted her to be in the top 3.
Yeah.
So what do we know about poker, eh? Not a
All
lot.
it takes is one bad beat.
Yeah, all it takes is a King 8, as they say.
Yeah, Mariette's going to have to get it in, I think, before...
Yeah. But she's
blinds
under,
get to her.
Rudy's under the gun, so that the blinds are coming around very, very quickly. Rudolph folds his mystery cards. Kenny's got 9-5 off, and they're going in the muck. Let's see what Mariette's got.
I think it's go time.
Do you think King 7 going to be good enough?
Yeah.
She's thinking about it. She's still got some strong people to come on her left. Left. I don't think, you know, she's still got another look, huh?
She's only got 150,000 chips. If she lets the blinds get past,
No.
60,000 gone.
She's under the gun +2, so she's got another free look.
Yeah.
So it goes in. 151,000, a little bit of fold equity there. A little chunk of change.
Yeah.
151 Oleg.
Harold Brooks folds his Queen 10. Divan 139 full. No, he's not going to get too sticky with his ace 2. He knows that Mariette's going to be got
I
a
think he's
fairly
capable
wide
of
range.
calling, yeah.
I think that goes in the muck. Let's see if Gareth doors are closed. Definitely with 9-2.
Got through.
And Rudy's already folded. Yeah, and Gareth says, you know, what would you want me to do with 9-2? Marriott picks up some required chips, to be honest.
Takes up to over 200.
Yep.
And she's got another rotation in her.
Yeah, just. So our international field, we lost poor Rhonda from our field. We watched the hand live here, and when she comes on the stream, we'll have a chat about that and what her thoughts were, and if she's going to have Harold Brooks shot when he's next in Canada. So we only have one lady left at the table, and only one international player, Mr. Hawaii's son. So looks like the money's staying in South Africa, unless Mr. Sun can start pulling a few rabbits out of hats here. So Kenny with the A7. Kenny's very unpredictable. I mean,
He hasn't missed every tournament this year.
No, but he's so unpredictable at the table. I mean, he knocked me out of the last high roller with 7-5 of diamonds. I don't mind telling you, and I hope he watches the stream because I hate him for it. I wake up with aces. I mean, this is just one of my bad beat stories. No, I mean, I'm allowed one on each stream, so I mean, I'm going to use my one time now. He has 7-5 of diamonds. I've got aces. I'm in position. I raise 7x in a high roller because I know Kenny's on my left.
Yeah.
He snap calls me with 7-5 of diamonds. The flop comes complete rubbish.
Yeah.
But 2 diamonds, of course.
Yeah.
I smash my money in because I know I don't want this guy flush hunting after me.
Yeah.
He snaps me off, and you know the end of the story. I have to go draw more money, and I think it was like a 70 or 80,000 buy-in as well. It wasn't one of the cheap ones. It wasn't one of the cheap ones, put it that way. Anyhow, I gave him some new and imaginative names and some profanity, and then I went off and licked my wounds.
Looks like Gareth's come out betting on this flop with 5-7 and been raised.
So he's trying to pull a small blind move there, trying to steal the blinds off Rudy. Rudy's having none of it. So Rudy's repopped in the 50, sniffed it out, and away he goes. We didn't see Rudy's cards, but I suspect he had a piece of that flop. He's not the one to just be pulling moves on someone like Gareth with his reputation.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm pretty sure he had the ace or a king there. Rudy's now asking Gareth if he had an ace, knowing full well that he had one himself. But I actually haven't seen Eben, you know, the doc. I mean, normally those two are joined by a bit of string. I haven't seen him around. I played a game in Joburg a couple of weeks ago, a little tournament off Edenvale.
Yeah.
We won't mention games, but Eben turned up. I hadn't seen him for a long time. And we had a long chat, a long catch up. It was nice to see him.
24,000 to play?
And he knocked me out, which is another story. But I've had my one time today, so that's it. I can't tell you another bad beat story. Marriott gets it into the junk with the 10-4. Huawei with the 5-4. Pocket nines for Mr. Brooks. We're going to see a raise here, of course.
Yeah.
Welcome Maxi to the stream.
I met Max yesterday. How's it, Max?
I hope you got the family with you. I saw Legan was online earlier, your son-in-law. So welcome to the stream, Max. Hopefully, is he in PE?
Legan, I haven't seen Legan yet.
Is Max in PE?
Yes.
Oh my God! I better double lock my door. Look forward to catching up to you and giving you some abuse in the main event, Max, and hopefully the family's with you and that very suspect brother-in-law of yours as well, Tony, if he's around.
Yeah, they're all here.
Are they? The whole tribe?
Yeah.
Oh my word! I hope he brought his missus. She's the only sane one. Anyway, welcome Max to the stream, and hope you're listening now. Probably laid in bed with a gin and tonic if I know Max. Pocket nines is going to get through here, huh?
Looks like it.
Kenny's got nothing to fight him with. Rudy's got nothing to fight him with. Oh no.
Kenny calls.
Kenny wants to mix it up with his queen six. I told you this guy's so unpredictable.
Didn't expect to see that.
But his formula works, huh? How many cashes has this guy had in the last 5 years?
He hasn't missed a high roller final table.
No, not one.
And he found the queen.
I mean, I think the 3 clubs on the board might slow him down a little bit here. Boom.
4th club.
Yeah, I mean, he who blinks, you know, this is the gunfight time. And you know, he's got fighting chips, Kenny. Yeah, that should get it done. That should get it done. Harold's got to be a believer here with 4 clubs on the table.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not letting go easy, Harold. I mean, if he had the 9 of clubs in his hand, I think we'd see a call. But yeah, into the muck they go. And to be fair, Kenny had the best hand. He did have the queen, although he was bluffing with the best hand.
Defending his blind.
That'll be his story for sure. So Marriott on 8 bigs here, 211,000, and the other end of the scale, the rich get richer. Rudolph. I mean, nice to see Rudolph on the final table of high roller. I mean, he normally features there about, and he loves the game, huh?
Yeah,
I've seen this guy play 2 tournaments at the same time. I've
On
actually
his
seen
laptop,
him. Yeah, I've seen him do it. He's jumping across, flipping from here to there to everywhere.
I've seen him play a tournament and then play
Oh,
online
he's a
tournament
sick
as
puppy,
well.
yeah. He's a sick puppy.
Yeah.
He loves the game. And so Mr. Sun under the gun with some junk here. I feel sorry for Mr. Sun. He's not had a lot of action today. And as I say, every time he's picked up a hand, it's been after a re-raise or somebody's re-raised
He's
it.
not under any sort of pressure at the moment.
No, but he can check fold his way to the tournament title. So
I knew when you looked at this, what you call, I knew that no. He's thinking about 130,000. That's what it came in just now.
So we got 30 people looking on Facebook. I don't know, 32 on Facebook now. We'll look at the other streams later, but we're getting into the 3 figures now across the 3 streams. So people are starting to wake up and take in the feed, so that's good. I mean, obviously they're all looking to watch the combination of the high roller.
Yeah.
A lot of interested parties around the country and around the world, in fact.
Here we go.
We've got a shove. There's Marriott's moments. Kenny with Queen 9 of diamonds. If anybody can call this with Queen 9 of diamonds, Kenny can, you know. He has it in him, that's for sure. Let's see.
Well
Hey,
done,
dumps
Marriott. You got away with it.
Good girl, well played. Ja, sie bitten. Maar ik queen, nou, ik zie niet check. Wat moet ik doen?
I steal your chips.
So Johnny Ambrose on the stream. Johnny was in here doing some commentary yesterday. Big Johnny. Only South African I know who supports 2 New Zealand rugby teams.
The Crusaders
And the All Blacks, of course. He's a sick man, you know. I had a word with him. I had his wife here as well, Rosa, who is the prettier one and the more intelligent one, of course. I hope you're listening, Johnny. And he would admit that himself, I'm sure. He's currently concocting a business trip to KZN so he can make it to Sabaya. Johnny's always a good value. I mean, he's got a great opinion and well respected in poker circles. I mean, very active in the Johannesburg area, of course. Wherever I pitch up, he always seems to be there. I think he's a bit of a stalker. But nice to see Johnny on the stream. I saw him earlier this morning, actually, so he's around, probably on his phone, getting a sneak preview behind the scenes.
Yeah.
But it was his first time in commentary. He enjoyed it very much. He was like, you know, he jumped into a pond and was swimming around like he'd been here forever. You know, real,
64,000.
really good. I tell everybody it's really hard, this job. And I'm not getting away with it anymore. So I see Gareth actually has a hand this time.
Harold's raised. Under the gun with a6.
So
Gareth found the monster.
So what do you fancy from Gareth here?
I reckon
He's obviously
make
not
it
shoving, but he's gonna-
200.
Yeah, 200's about right. The pot is 124.
All in.
Well, this
all
is-
in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he
that's going to
shoves.
get it done.
Yeah, he doesn't want Harold having any sniff of this. He just wants to clean up all the dead money.
Yeah, he'll just take the blinds and the raise and get on with it.
We know that, Harold. Just get rid of your cards. So Uncle Harold wants a bit of TV time. He's had his makeup done this morning, so it's only fair, you know. He did get shot in the head earlier by the look of it. Come on, Harold. You know, he's going to shock the hell out of us now. You know that, don't you? He's too sensible to call it. He is too sensible.
No, he's never calling. Yeah.
This is about street cred. This is a tough fold, you know. In half an hour, you're going to get found out, Harold. Come on.
I think this is just a bit of Hollywood. You can never call. Yeah.
He can't call. He just cannot call. Maybe we should go for a cup of tea, Craig, and come back later. Uncle Harold definitely wants his TV time this morning. So a message from Brian Diab there, telling me he's going to be seeing us at Sabaya. Cards in the muck now? I can get out of bed and get back to the commentary. So 9 minutes to run on the level, and then I'm going to have the opportunity to go drink coffee with the lovely Rhonda, who's here from Canada. We're going to chat poker. She's going to tell me where I'm going wrong in life, I'm sure, and we're going to maybe swap knitting patterns. We're having a bit of fun here in the booth today. It's nice. It's nice to see so many people around here and still supporting the stream and the final table. You don't want to revise your picks, Craig?
I think I'm going to have to, eh?
Yeah, we're going to give you
like
your one time.
Looks like Gareth's running good.
Who picked Gareth to win this? Oh, that'll be me, huh?
The Brit next to me. Yeah.
So we're Marinette. Sorry, you know Craig was a fan, eh? But no, he's going with Gareth Hudson.
I'm going to go with Gareth for first.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Divan for second.
Yep. And you had Kenny for third. But
I'm going to keep Kenny third, I think.
Okay. Interestingly, none of us have picked the chip leader. You know, I mean, Rudy's not going to spew those chips away either. So, you know, we're actually looking for performance from the other players rather than Rudy giving it away. So,
Look, Rudolph's a good player. I just think there's luckier players at the table today.
well, I'm not changing mine. I'm staying with Gareth, Marinette, and Harold. I might get some kudos for that. So we're both back in Gareth now. No pressure, huh?
No pressure.
No pressure.
Come on, Scooter.
Yeah, he deserves one, huh? He deserves one.
He deserves
He's
a big
been
win.
there at the knock-ins many times. I've
Yep.
seen him in the final table quite a few times. And Mr. Sun is in a pot. And not with the best of it either.
Kenny just limped with Jack Queen.
Yeah. Looks like in the cutoff as well. So the big blind, I mean, Harold's checking there, and obviously there's a complete there from Mr. Sun in the small. And of course, who killed Kenny?
Kenny
The
found
jack
stop
comes.
there.
2 jacks.
Huawei with the gut shot.
I was going to
See if
say,
he can pull the trigger, yeah.
I was going to say, Sun's got a gut shot. This will be a frustration move
1,000.
Yeah.
for sure.
51.
And shame, I like Mr. Sun. I was hoping he was going to pick up some hands here.
Raise. Up to 155.
Okay, that'll be the end of Mr. Sun's little game. He's got to put another 100 chips in the middle. I mean, it's 22% of his chips. I mean, it's a lot of his chips.
Yeah, easy fold.
It should be. But, you know, he has been sticky with these cards. I told you, you know. He surprised me a few times, Mr. Sun. I think he wants to take another trophy back to Botswana,
he
you
might
know.
be thinking Kenny's on a move, yeah.
I think...
and if he reshoves, he might get away with it. But that's not going to happen, I don't think.
Yeah, as I recall, Mr. Sun was 2008 main event winner at Sun City.
Yes, I remember.
Yeah. So he's a top man. Oh no, he gets away from it, which is fine. I mean, as expected. And Kenny will pick up 123,000 profit for his trouble. So Kenny 1.1 million. You know, this is danger zone stuff for the other guys now. You know. All the usual suspects hanging around there. I mean, Neil's not a regular at the top, but he's been pretty solid today, Neil. What we've heard from him has been pretty solid poker.
Yeah, haven't seen many mistakes.
No, not at all. So we're down to 8 players, and you know, we lose one more, and we're on the bubble.
You think there'll be doubled deals? Talk of a deal?
Given the personalities at the table, no.
No.
I don't think so. I think we've got too many people who are, you know, they do it for a living. And, you know, they're not interested in being nice to the bubble person.
4,000 to play.
You know, so I think we'll lose one more player. We'll go stone cold bubble, and it's just going to be toughies for the person who takes the longest walk in poker, you know. Which will be sad, but you know, c'est la vie, as they say. So Mr. Sun, suited connectors, small ones.
Time for a raise, he says.
Yeah, well, he's on the button. I think it's been limped round to him, yeah.
65,000.
There's no, in fact, I think it's just folded round to him now. Harold with 8-6.
Think you'll have a look.
You know, it's the irony of this is we've been saying for the whole stream with Mr. Sun that 8-6 is the Chinese lucky numbers, 8s and 6s,
Yeah.
and that you know, they have a propensity to call people from the Orient with 8s and 6s, you know.
Okay.
And of course, Harold's now woke up with 8-6 against a raise from the chap from China next to him. So, and you know, the Chinese believe that number 4 is a death card.
Yeah, bad luck number.
And the irony is that he's got a 4 in his hand.
Yeah.
Now, I don't want to jinx this and do the commentator's jinx, but I used to play the Chinese game, and they had numbers on the table where your seats were. But where number 4 was a little crown. They never had the number 4.
Oh, really?
And I used to sit in number 4 and raise in multiples of 4 because it annoyed them. It didn't do me much good, by the way. I was scared of hiding in that game. But yeah, it's very superstitious, you know.
75,000.
Oh, here we go. Jack Queen 6. Harold's got the best of it. I think Harold. Oh wow!
Non-believer.
Harold's a non-believer, right? See, Mr. Sun can't even get away with a move here.
Oh,
Oh, there's an interesting card.
brings him up and down, out. I think he's. Oh, he checks it.
Up and down. Well, the only way with Harold loses his hand is if he folds. And Mr. Sun is going to make him fold. There's my bet. 140,000.
Wow.
Boom, straight in the muck. Nice move, Mr. Sun. Nice move.
Too much of power.
Indeed, too much power. The level should be actually maturing very soon. I don't know how long we got left. Tech guys, give me a shot over there on the timing screen. Yeah, 3 minutes to go on the level. 8 players left in. 1 from the bubble, 2 from the money. Geez, that could be a song, eh? Might have to start working on that. Alternative career. Average stack 993,000. Jeez. What was the starting stack? 150,000, I believe, yeah?
24,000 to play.
So these guys will be looking forward to a cup of coffee. This is hand number 41 of the day. Blinds at 12, 24. 24,000 on the big blind ante. Just before we go off air for 15 minutes, a bit of a shout out to our sponsors, Aquavita Water, our sponsor and the sponsor of the EFC, and of course the Regal Hospitality and Events, of which Monsterjam is a part of, and our partners Sun International, Global Poker Index and the Hendon Mob, and of course our friends here at the Boardwalk from Sun International at the Boardwalk Casino and Resort in the lovely PE in the Eastern Cape on the Indian Ocean. What great people, Craig, eh?
Very.
How's your room?
They say PE is a friendly city, eh?
It's a bit windy. Lovely rooms here.
Yeah,
in
the room is good.
Boardwalk,
I got an
eh?
unbelievable view overlooking the beachfront.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
You must be
beautiful.
VIP, huh? They got me in a broom cupboard.
Well, that's what I say. It's what Roxy organised me the room, and
I'm just
VIP.
kidding. I'm just kidding. I've got a sea view as well.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, it's stunning here. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. So we don't know what Kenny's hiding over there. It goes check after the turn to the river. Sorry, after the flop to the turn. And Neil's in the hand. So Neil's going to have a little stab at this. I say Neil's been very, very quiet.
Oh, sorry.
I say a bit of chatter between Neil and Kenny. They were sitting chatting before we started this morning. So
them too.
yeah, so they know each other reasonably well.
6-7.
So that's the beep in the background. That's the 1 minute warning on the level.
Okay.
So for the viewers at home, when you hear that beep, it's time to go put the kettle on. Watch the power surge in Johannesburg as our thousands of viewers go for their tea break. Okay, Kenny's having a little think about this, and Neil has been pretty solid throughout.
Yeah, he's been very quiet, so Kenny should be putting him on a hand, yeah.
He said, I'm going to give you this one, and I'm going to show you.
I love the show. It's embarrassing.
That's a big fold from Kenny with this ranges. Oh my word. Oh no, there's going to be a problem. He got the up-down straight draw. Come on.
All the rivers coming the straight, Kenny.
Yeah, you see, the river's going to bring the straights. Exactly what I was thinking.
We should have one
so
more hand in here before the break.
I think so. Oh, hang on. It's if he starts to shuffle, then the hand must be played. Those are the rules. He said he hadn't started shuffling.
Yeah, he hadn't started.
So we're going to sign off here. I lost my sound for a minute. I'd just like to special thanks to Craig.
Sure.
Let me shake your hand,
Thank
my
you very
friend.
much for having me.
And thank you for coming. And pop by and see us again.
Sure, will do.
And don't forget to mention the King 8 of Hearts when you see.
I'm walking
Gareth.
out of here right now. I'm going to go hunt him
Don't
down.
steal all my thunder, by the way, because I want to give him some carrots as well. Thank you for your insights, and good luck in the rest of the tournaments throughout the week, and we'll see you back in Joburg.
Thank you very much.
All the best, China. Thanks a lot.
So good,
Race. 70,000 total.
Live. Welcome back to the beautiful Port Elizabeth here in the Eastern Cape. We're on our final table, 8 players left for the Grand Slam 40k high roller. That's 2 from the money, 1 from the bubble. I said I was going to write a song like that one day. Welcome to some new people on the stream. I see Jared Solomon's on the stream. Hope to have him in commentary sometime later today. Bozo, you're back. Carol Simon, he's on, and Sean and Max. So nice to see all you guys on the stream. We have got a special guest in the booth today. Our next guest commentator, all the way from Edmonton in Canada, in Alberta, province I know quite well, having spent some time there. We've got Rhonda Fieflin. Hi Rhonda, how's it?
I'm well, how are you?
Awesome. How's South Africa, and more importantly, Port Elizabeth treating you?
It is amazing. It's absolutely beautiful here. A little more windy than I'd like, but take the good with the bad, I guess.
Geez, you come from Alberta. Yeah, I mean, you freeze to death up there, you guys. Come on. So Rhonda is out of our high roller. You had a nice run there. I mean, unfortunate that you were out this morning.
Yeah, it was a tough hand, but I needed to make a move if I was going to get to first place. So you have to take a risk, and sometimes that's just how the cards come down. So.
Oh, well, awesome. I mean, they're just going to cut in across you there. We got Gareth Hudson just pushed in 645,000 chips with his King Jack suited. You'll notice we've got a flop in play. 2-3 of clubs is in play, and Kenny Morgan's got Queen 10. So it's going to cost him another 540,000. I don't think Kenny can call here.
No, I wouldn't think so.
I mean, Gareth is ahead, of course, with the king.
I think he has to anticipate that Gareth is going to play with some fairly solid cards.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, Gareth's looking to just put the pressure on now and just take this away. Kenny folds as predicted, and Gareth picks up a nice pot there. And, Gareth was at the bottom of the charts just now. He's now halfway up, and he's a contender.
He is now. It's with the blinds at the height that they are now, the chips change hands quite quickly.
Yeah, so we're 15,000 on the blinds. That's the small blind. 30 on the big blind and 30 on the big blind ante. So taking a big chunk of change out of you. So that's, well, that's a lot of money. 60, 75,000 every rotation. So back to your experiences of South Africa. I mean, first question you ask anybody who comes here: would you come back?
Oh, absolutely.
Well, we must have made a good impression. Now you know that I'm not a native from these shores myself either. I'm also an immigrant, British by birth, only made in England. I consider myself a South African, and of course, you being Canadian, you're almost British also, no?
Yes. Both my grandmothers came from England. To Canada.
So welcome another fellow brackets Canadian.
Thank you.
So we're going to just mention our sponsors: Aquavita Water, the official sponsor here, and obviously the official sponsor of the EFC, Regal Hospitality and Events, and they also are part of Monsterjam is a part of their organisation. So great support from these guys. Sun International, of course, hosting us here at the beautiful Boardwalk Casino and Resort in the Eastern Cape. Global Poker Index and Hendon Mob, who are our partners also. So, we're very blessed to have such wonderful partners. Okay, so what are your plans for the rest of the time here? I mean, just poker, or are you going to get out and about? So have you got some friends or family here, or?
I do have some friends here that originally lived in Port Elizabeth, and they're my friend's brother's farm out by Adelaide, so I have been out there already. I'll finish the poker tour here and rent a car, and I think I'll head up to Cape Town to see if there's cash poker there, and enjoy the tours along the way. So
awesome. So you're making a bit of a holiday of it.
Yes, I am.
So we got Divan here is working up with Ace King offsuit in the button position, seat 1. Gareth's got now 920,000 chips. He's got it's a 55,000 call. Gareth will think about this, but I'm pretty sure he'll surrender his small blind here to a bet from Divan. You won't know all of these players very well, Rhonda, but Divan is a very, very highly respected professional who's a very good high-stakes cash player, and as predicted, there's a fold and a fold. I mean, Rudy's going nowhere with his 7-2 in the big. So Divan picks up the dead money out there. And you've got to win those little pots, huh?
Yes, you got to keep ahead of the blinds coming around at you. You have to take a stab here and there.
Indeed. So, tell us about your poker career to date, Rhonda. I know it's a short one and somewhat checkered, but give us a little thumbnail sketch for the punters out there. We're all interested.
It is pretty short. Most of my play has been in Edmonton, Alberta. I have ventured out to Calgary, but this is the first time out of my own province.
So I've just brought up Rhonda's profile on my laptop here, so she's now intrigued how I've got all this intel on her. The fact is we sat down previously and filled in some paperwork, and she gave me some interesting facts and figures about her. I'm not going to tell you how old she is, and because we don't do that with our ladies, and it is Ladies' Day here in South Africa today, so happy Ladies' Day.
Well, thank you.
I'm not going to tell them why you started playing poker, but you are a poker player. I'm keeping that one a secret. And on my sheet here, you've only been playing poker seriously for about 8 months. That's right, huh?
Yes, I finally shut down my business and decided to do this full time, so it is relatively new to me.
So welcome to the ranks of the professional poker players, huh?
Yes, I figured if, go big or go home, and the best way to learn is to dive right in and learn from the pros. So.
Okay, so well, talking of professional poker players, just to quickly flick back to the screen. Marionette's here, our last lady surviving, has got King Jack, and Divan has made the call to her all in. Gareth folds. I think Rudolph will get out of the way. Kenny will certainly get out with the King 2. And the cards are going to be on the backs here, and we're going to go to an all-in flop turn and river, and hopefully our new dealer is going to be nice and slow for us in the delivery of the cards, so we can have a look if we get a sweat. So there we go, Ace-10 offsuit, King Jack, 38% to 62% equity in the hands prior to the flop turn and river. So no real hope for either player there, Rhonda.
No.
Ace-High still ahead. We've got a queen, but once again, no real hope. And the outs at the top of the screen, and we're going to say goodbye to the lovely Marionette. And what a lovely lady, charming to be around, and a good poker player, and solid. And look how gracefully she leaves the table.
Yes, she's a very solid player. I respected playing with her. I would have liked to have seen her get a little further, and of course on Women's Day it would have been a perfect timing, but that was unfortunate for her.
Well, our international flavour continues with Gareth Hudson and Mr. Sun. We've got a Brit there, and we've got a Brit there, and we've got a Chinese man, and the rest are all South Africans. And talking about the South Africans, in seat number 10, or is it number 10 or number 9? I don't know what he's sitting in over here. That's Neil Jacobs. Neil Jacobs is from Cape Town. I had a quick chat with Neil during the break, and he said, do me a favour, Gary, give me a shout out to my friends and to my family in Cape Town who are all listening. So friends and family of the Jacob clan, big shout out to you guys. Your man's enjoying himself. It's his first high roller, his first final table, and he's just having a ball. In fact, I think he's probably talking to them on the stream or doing something at the moment, I'm sure. But great to have you, Neil, and what a wonderful human being. Such a nice fellow, a real nice manner. And so your family should be proud. And I think you're sitting second in chips at the moment, which is awesome. So tell us a bit about Alberta. I mean, I told you where I'd been. I was in the army back in the day, and I'm talking in the late 70s, before most of the people listening were born. And we stayed in a little place, Suffield, Medicine Hat, in the firing ranges there, where we used to fire our tanks because there was lots of room. But that's a pretty barren spot up there.
It is
Medicine
pretty
Hat.
barren. It's the closest area that we have that's kind of like a desert sort of area. So it is a little bit warmer there, even in the winters, than it is in Edmonton, the more northern part of the province. So they do have wind there more than we do in Edmonton.
And I remember the people in Medicine Hat. There were some peculiar sorts there, I've got to tell you. I'll just leave it at peculiar. So we've got a flop here, all clubs. We don't know what Kenny's got, but Mr. Sun's got the club draw, and hang on, Kenny's gonna bet. And, he said, "I'll show you one." So he flips over a 5, I think, there, from what I can see. So he made a pair with the board. Yeah, so Neil Jacobs sitting second, 1.5 million. Rudolph at the top with 2.2. Divan LaRue, dangerous player with $1 million. And then you've got Kenny and Gareth very close to the 7 figures. Harold Brooks also not so far away. And Mr. Sun with 8% of the chips. So nobody's really short stack now, huh?
It's still a horse race. Chips can switch in big amounts very quickly now, so I don't think anybody's sitting there totally confident.
So, you know, we've got how many players left now? 7. So we're on the stone cold bubble. You know, the next player out gets nothing, and then the player after that's guaranteed. I think it's 92,000. I think it is.
Correct.
So, you know, that's a big pay jump, 0 to hero, 92,000. So nobody wants to be the next person out. Everybody is going to have an eye on that timing clock and the blind levels. You know, the ICM considerations. You'll be familiar with ICM.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so the individual chip module. And basically what that does for our viewers out there is basically it's an equation that you put into a computer model, and it actually tells you what the value of your actual tournament chips are versus the prize pool. So when we say ICM considerations, we're talking about how much money can I win as opposed to bubbling.
Right.
And that's where it gets. So they consider that in every decision now because they're so close to the money. You know, if we're still 50 players, it's not even on their minds. We don't even know what the prize pool is. But now we do. And, you know, one from the money. That's
Yes.
it.
I expect to see Mr. Sun play fairly conservative right now.
And I think you're absolutely right. I mean, he is looking not to bubble, that's for sure. And every player is looking not to bubble, of course. You know, we really, it just tastes so bad. I hate being on the bubble.
Yes.
205 in total.
I think we've all been there.
One of our lady commentators from yesterday, Lauren Scott's joined the feed. So good morning or good afternoon, Lauren. Hope you're well. Nice to see you on the feed. Yeah, so Harold picks up a little pot there, and these little pots keep you alive. You know that, huh?
Yes.
It's just the lifeblood, and you've got to keep chipping away. 15,000, 30,000, 30,000 on the big. Mr. Sun with 660,000. I don't know how many big blinds that is off the top of my head, but it's certainly 20 plus. And you know, danger zone for me is 10 and below, 10 big blinds and below. So I happen to know, and not through personal experience, that you didn't go to sleep when you went to bed last night. You actually sat up watching the stream and
I did watch
your
the stream. I was hoping it would help my performance here a little bit today to see what the players were playing against me and how they were reading me.
So, you know, it would be wrong of me not to fish for some compliments for the stream, but how do you find our live stream, our delayed stream that goes out? How do you find our coverage by comparison to some of the international products that are out there?
I want to take this back to Edmonton because we're lacking that, and I think you have a great opportunity. We have a great opportunity in Edmonton to use the same system. What you're doing is very professional, and I think just raises the element of the game and the profile.
Okay, well, our product is Cardstream, and the pioneer of that here in South Africa is a fellow player and a friend of mine, Carl Marberg. And he's here in Port Elizabeth. He arrived yesterday with his good lady, and he'll be playing in the main event for sure. And if you meet him, I'm sure that he'll shake your hand and say, how's it? So if you want some information on where we get our product from, etc., have a chat with Carl.
Okay.
I believe it is an American-based product, so you're already sort of halfway there.
Yes.
Or if not, a bit closer. But we are using the RFID technology from Cardstream. and it is an excellent product. And you know, people out on the stream that who don't know wouldn't believe that we actually have very few cameras.
Right. I spoke to your tech boys on break, and they explained that to me, that there's no cameras under the table at all, which fascinated me. So.
And all the camera angles that you're seeing are actually being generated by 4 cameras on a tilt, pan, and zoom facility. And that's down to these guys to my left, who you've met, of course, getting different shots, being able to change different angles, etc. We had a meeting with Card Stream this morning, and we're adding 2 additional cameras for our next stop in Sabaya in KwaZulu-Natal, and improving some things. And it's all about continuous improvement. So,
exactly.
you know, and I'm a great believer in information is only powerful if you share it. So I mean, Carl is the same. And if you're looking to set up your own, then maybe he's a good friend to have and to bounce ideas off. So
Absolutely.
and certainly these are youngsters to my left here, you know, I mean, they're geniuses when it comes to this. So well done to the Card Stream guys, and you know, well done to all the commentators that have been through the booth. We appreciate your time, and you know, it makes for a better production, I think. And now you're a part of it, so welcome as well to Card Stream. You don't get paid, by the way, you know. You do this for love. Oh dear. And a bit of luck, some of your guys back in Edmonton. I know your dad. He's 83, I think you said. Is he watching?
Yes, he is watching. Well, he would have missed this one because it's in the middle of the night in Canada, but we'll watch it together afterwards.
Awesome. So how's Dad? Is he okay? Is he a poker player? Does he understand the game?
He does not play poker, so we do play cards, crib, and different games, but poker's just wasn't his thing. So he's struggling to understand this a little bit, but
so
I think he's catching on.
So tell me, how crazy did he go when you said you were going to go play poker and give up work?
So yeah, a little bit. It's a little overwhelming. There's kind of a misrepresentation about what professional poker is, that it's gambling and like slot machine kind of gambling. Yeah. So it took a long time to kind of educate him that it really is about intelligence and strategies, and that there are a lot of people that I play with that are making a good living doing this full time. So
sure. And shout out, what's your dad's name?
Ron.
Oh, Roy. Okay, Ron. Well, a big shout out to you, Ron. Your daughter made you proud over in South Africa, and with any luck, she can make some cash in the main event and make you even more proud and bring you back a nice present. So I hope you're well, sir. Okay, Divan's flopped the up and down straight to it. No, I'm lying. He's flopped a pair of 5s here over the big blind. Rudolph made quite a big bet, so I think it's just a simple fold. Jeez, I hate seeing those 7 names up there, because I know it's going to become 6. And
yes,
somebody's going to be disappointed, eh? Oh, my buddy's dropped down to second from bottom. So, you know, you were sat here earlier, and Craig was sat in the seat you were in, and I put him on the spot, and I said you had to pick your top 3, you know. So you're not getting away with it. You've had plenty of chance to play with these people, all of these guys. You've had an opportunity to see the inside track on how they played, because you're seeing their whole cards, of course. So, who do you fancy for the title?
Well, I would have put Marriott definitely in the top 3, so that's unfortunate. But I would not be shocked if Mr. Sun can come from behind.
Okay.
And I really think that
Harold Brooks is
just the one to watch out for.
Rhonda's pointing at my commentary scheme here. She's not actually, I'm not mind reading. So we've got Mr. Sun and we've got Harold. And we need your third one. So you're going to pick with Divan, yeah?
Yes.
That's a solid pick, by the way, I've got to tell you. So we'll keep those for the time being, and we'll see how it goes. And you know, as with Craig, before you leave, you get the chance to change it as well. So just the one change. It's a bit like, I'm calling it my fantasy poker picks.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so what's going on at the table here? Let's just listen.
Put in 40 anti, I swear. But no, could be wrong.
No,
no 40. Small blind 50.
It looks like there's a bit of confusion over the antes and who paid and who done what. Seems to be sorted out now. Siepel's a very experienced dealer, so I'm pretty sure he'll get a grip of the guys. And you know, you look at a lot of professional poker players here, they're not going to get overly excited. They need to keep their focus in the game.
Please, can you move it for us to see what's happening?
So Kenny's asking to move the timing TV, which we've got our camera zoomed in on, so we might have to readjust the angle. But rightly so, the players are playing for a lot of money here, so they want to have all the information available at their fingertips. So no problem with the fact that he's asked them to turn the TV around. 39 minutes on the level. 7 players left in, stone cold bubble. 92,000 rand. What's that in Canadian dollars?
Drop a zero, so about 9,000.
That's not too bad.
Yes.
That'll get you home in business class. Huh?
It does.
No more the back of the plane for me, she says.
Yeah.
Got to win one of these. Ah, dear. So the people that are on stream at the moment have actually got the break. So they're getting their chance for a cup of tea. And we've been back a little while.
Hij was niet. Nee, ik weet het.
Maar ik zie je kleur.
Ik stel met 500.
How are you doing with these guys with the Afrikaans? You picked up any words? Apart from the bad ones?
Apparently, Yaya is the #1 phrase that I've picked up, and
yeah,
the players were mentioning that.
Yeah. I mean, listen, this is me,
Yaya.
I'm saying it as well. I mean, proper Afrikaners say ja, nee, which is yes, no. And I have no idea what we're talking about. And the other one is Biki Baya, a little, a lot. That's another one. Ja, nee, Biki Baya.
Oxymoronical.
And if you're from
young man.
somewhere down road Durban and stuff, you know, they consider themselves to be the English population down that end. You know, is it? Shame, man. My wife's from Mansantoti, which is a little seaside town along the KZN coast. And I've got to tell you, she's a shame, man. Oh no, man, shame. Yeah, but there's lots of Afrikaans words. So I remember the very first word I learned in Afrikaans. Tanda stokkie. Now these lot will be laughing at me with my pronunciation, because tanda is teeth and stokkie is stick, so it's a toothpick.
Oh.
That was the first word I learned in Afrikaans. The second one I can't repeat because it's not very nice. And then the third word I learned was pantoffel, which is my slippers.
Ah.
So toothpicks and slippers. We're getting a picture of a very old man here.
Yes, very, very important to you.
Yeah. And then everybody learns lekker, which is like good, awesome, mooi man, you know, very nice. And then the next word I learned was schooner, which is shoes. So I used to say, hey, lekker schooner. Nice shoes. And that's it. Now you have my complete Afrikaans vocabulary. Actually, I'm lying. I can speak better Afrikaans than that. But it's a very interesting and very descriptive and passionate language, you know. And some of it doesn't translate. It just doesn't, you know. You have to learn it. But if you want to learn Afrikaans, I would say go to Ellis Park when the Lions are playing at home and stand in the middle of the home supporters, and you're going to learn some very interesting words.
My first word that I learned here was Oma.
Oma?
Yes.
Okay.
Oma and Opa.
Okay, that's nice. So that's a good bit of respect.
Yeah.
The uncle is I've been trying to get these two to call me uncle, but they won't do it. I think I'm some sort of pervert.
And I believe auntie is Tani.
Tani. Okay, we're still on the bubble here. 15, 30 and 30 in the big blinds. 30 in the big blind ante. Everybody's waiting, you know, one for the money. Everybody's twitchy. You know, it's hard to pick somebody. I mean, Neil's on his phone there. He's talking to the family. He wants the cash, of course. It's a difficult call, huh? Get off your phone, Neil. Thank you. Just for the viewers, he can't hear me. He just knows he has to be off his phone. So Mr. Harold Brooks is under the gun. 30,000 to call. I suspect these are going in the muck. It's a speculative call from an early position. Yeah. Neil next to act. He looks down and finds himself with ace-6. Similar story, I think, in early position. Oh, he's got chips in front of him. Is he in the blinds? No, not at all. I don't know what those chips are in front of him. Undergun +1 and yeah, the chips in front of Mr. Sun. So I don't know what these chips are in front of him. And yeah, Neil's taking his time to think this through, and he's called. Neil's called. Those are not Neil's calling chips. I apologise. I'm just catching up here. So Divan is raised to 105,000 with ace-8. I think that's all the aces out, huh? Kenny gets his 5 king of diamonds in the muck. Mr. Sun pulls his 9-4 and he's back to Neil. And this is a bit of a test now. I'm pretty sure they're going. Yeah, they're straight in the muck. You know, it's position in the table when you're short-handed versus the individual players is so important.
It's critical. I think first person to bet here is going to take down this hand.
Yeah, indeed. But my point here is that you got Neil, who's sitting at his first high roller final table, and immediately to his left, one of the best players in South Africa, Divan LaRue, who is fearless and renowned for his aggressive play. So, you know, not novice, but fairly newbie when it comes to this level, playing against this guy who, Divan to his left, who's a fantastic poker player.
I'm surprised that on the bubble that he actually called that.
And that's where I was getting to.
It's a fairly weak ace.
Yeah, you picked up exactly on my point. You know, and if it gets past Divan, you know, Gareth has shown a propensity to get his chips in if he's got a hand.
Yes.
And Gareth is nobody's fool. He's a good player, good solid player.
Yes.
Rudy, a chip leader to his left, who's got chips to play with, you know. And then of course Kenny, whose reputation precedes him. I mean, he's final tabled every high roller I can remember. You know. So you know, Neil has not got the best spot at the table. Let's just say that.
No, he does not.
Of course, conversely, Harold and Mr. Sun have got Neil on their left, so you know they'll try and push him around. But Neil has shown he doesn't get pushed around, and I like that in Neil. He's a solid player. I've not played any poker with him, but a very solid player. And he's got my favourite hand, Jack 10, and he's raised 105.
It reads the hand.
And Harold folds.
To the flop.
And I think and Neil gets his money back from the previous hand. So all's fair in love and war.
No.
So you know we're taking in the dynamic here of the Stone Cold bubble. I tell you now, the change you will see when the bubble is gone.
Oh, absolutely.
It'll be a completely different game. Absolutely.
Mr. Sun is definitely playing tighter right now. He's really tightened in his range. He just folded K9, which was a raising opportunity earlier on. So everyone's trying to get past this moment. So, but definitely everyone will relax at the table once the bubble's done. We'll start seeing more chips flowing.
Nice to see Johan on the stream and Tutu Rusin, the famous Tutu. Your brother's here doing the blogging, Tutu. We miss you. Hope to see you in Joburg or at the next event. And big shout out for those two guys, great poker players also. Divan wakes up with the 4s here, gets shot of them, bad position. Rudolph, so the chip leader's going to start putting a few chips in. And there's quite a strong hand in the hijack, ace 10. 5-2 out the way, 8-2 out the way. Harold gets his king 8 and Neil Jacobs 40 to call. He's in the big blind. This is where that dynamic comes into play, where your mind says, I'm in the big blind, but I've actually paid double already. So there's no discount for your ante, you know, so you actually still have to put the same amount of money in.
Yes, you do, but be careful here because if the flop doesn't come down the way he needs, he can put himself at risk with one of the major chip holders.
Indeed.
I'm not surprised to see him fold.
No.
Take the safe road till the bubble bursts.
Indeed. You know, guarantee yourself best part of 100k, and then start jumping around and splashing in a few pots. That's kind of my philosophy as well.
That's exactly what I'd be doing.
Indeed.
Sorry?
I only played 3 hands, so.
So this is Rudy enforcing his image at the table, which is classic Rudy, of course. I've only played 3 hands. Of course, at the break he was telling everybody that the Queen's hand, Queens via King 8, he had Ace 2 in the flop going Ace 2 King, of course.
Yeah.
So we're looking at the outer table. I think this is the final table of the 6 max. Kramer we're in the background there. Shaddy's there as well, and Mr. Brooks's brother. There we go. Alvin on the left, brother of Mr. Harold Brooks.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Harold got the looks and the brains, he tells me. Alvin got the rest. Alvin's actually a character. He's such a lovely chap.
70,000.
Pocket 9s for Gareth. So he's going to raise there for sure. And he puts in a raise of 70,000. So I think that was probably around about half-size pots.
Call.
And a call. A frustrated call from Mr. Sun.
Yes.
King Kong.
I mean, he's got some... Neil's picked up pocket 8s here. Let's see. Neil's going to just contemplate a little bit. I think the disciplined move here is the fold.
I would think so at this state when there's 2 other players.
There's a raise and an instant call. Yeah, for me, you know, and also he's in the small blind, Neil, so he's going to be first to act. He's going to play this hand out position,
Yes.
which is not the best spot.
He has to anticipate that Mr. Sun is looking to jam at some point.
Okay, I'm surprised to see him call there.
I'm surprised to see that as well.
But, you know, fortune favours the brave, perhaps. It may be a flop one of the snowmen, and you and I are sat here for a reason, and he's out there because he's a genius.
Exactly.
Let's have a look. Well, I wish to all 3 players the best of the flop. Well, there's the king, and there's the jack, and Mr. Sun is golden.
He is in great shape now.
And this is bet fold, all the way. This is bet fold territory.
Absolutely.
Yep. And how long before Neil's chips go in?
Number 1 poker player, and number 2 and number 4. Because Mr. One got only 1 poker player.
Fold. Fold.
And there you go. Bet fold, bet fold. That's it. Well done, Mr. Sun.
Well done, 2 pairs.
200,000 gain.
I got a 4 deuce.
What they call that is breathing room.
Yes, I will get him through another couple blinds.
A bit of a loose call, but it pays off. I mean, he does have to get into some pots, so you know, perhaps we're doing him a justice saying it was a loose call, because he does need to start playing.
Yes.
He does need to start chipping up.
Mr. Sun, but where's hand 1?
So Rudy is now holding court, and we'll sit and listen.
Ace queen.
No, that's a 2 ball. That's a grow really easy.
You eat the board. Huh? You eat the board.
Check the TV.
We're going to see it anyway, Mr. Sun.
Did you hit the board? Check on TV. So Mr. Sun has got talking chips as well.
He does.
He has woken up. We're listening to, hearing from Mr. Sun. He's still bottom of the pile, but he's got some breathing room, which is good. Blinds at 15 and 30, 30 in the big blind ante. We're on day 3 of the Grand Slam 40k buy-in event.
Raise.
Kenny is going to raise here.
Fold.
Ace King for Kenny. Obviously a raise. I mean, early position, very strong when you raise from early position, Ronda, yeah? So he's portraying a lot of strength there. Raising from an early spot. And it's folded round to Divan, so Neil has folded his 10-2. And Divan's going to take his time here with the black needles. This is an ugly spot for Kenny. And I think let's just sit back here and watch these guys at work, because you know Kenny's nobody's fool. Divan's a top player, and Divan is Kenny's never put in Divan on aces here, but he's put him on strong hands, maybe a premium hand. What sizing do you think, Rhonda, from Divan? Pot is 150,000. Kenny's raised 75,000. What is your sizing here if it's you?
I'm not sure what he's going to do. They're still in the bubble. They're going to have to try to be conservative.
Okay, I reckon he's going to pop this at least full
Raise.
pot.
195. Ollie.
All in on a call. The cards will be on their backs. Okay, the dealer's going to do this a nice slow one. We're going to get a flop cam angle now. This is a huge moment, and the only people smiling are the ones not in the pots. Huh? This is a pivotal moment. And I told you, Kenny never puts him on aces there. Never in a million years.
Flop.
So there's your sweat. There's the king. At Jack 9, we're looking for queens and tens here. So there's no hard draw. Dead to a king. 2 outs. Bang.
Got me covered, nah?
So we just need to check the chip counts here, and there will be a short pause while we count up.
Well done, boys. Enjoy.
And we'll just wait before we announce. Sheeple slides the chips across the divan, and our bubble is burst. Our bubble is Kenny Morgan. Unlucky Kenny, well played. Always a pleasure to have Kenny at the table and Kenny around. And the happiest players on the planet will be the 2 at the bottom of that list now.
Absolutely.
Congratulations, gentlemen. You are now in the money. The bubble has burst, and we congratulate all of the players left at the table. And a big shout out to all their friends and family who are on the stream supporting them. And our commiserations to Kenny Morgan, who is a fantastic player, fantastic representative for South African poker. And we're sorry we won't see any more of you. Good luck, Kenny, and hopefully you'll fare well in the main event, and we look forward to catching up with you. What a hand!
Yes, that does surprise me though that he would go all in, because I would expect that the other cards are pairs and it becomes a horse race, and I'm not sure I would make that choice of going into a horse race at the bubble. But tough call. I wasn't sitting there, so it's a tough call.
Yeah, and you know, there's a lot of history between the 2 players, and good history, I might add. You know, just hand history, and you know, there was no hanging around there. You know, Kenny didn't put him on aces because he had an ace in his hand, so he figures he's got 2 overs or he's in really good shape, and so he immediately puts the pressure back on the re-raise. I mean, he bet there was 150 in the pot, 195, so he over-bet the pots. As soon as he put his chips in, Divan, there's no slow roll there. You know, his money goes in, and we're off to the flop turn. And at least we got a king, so there was a sweat.
Yes.
Albeit a small one. But
I think he'll be thinking about that one for a while.
So we've lost our player, and every player at the table now is guaranteed the 92,000. So there will be lots of chatter now. The tension is lifted.
85,000 total.
As is the norm with when the bubble bursts.
I would expect to see the ranges open up a little bit more now.
I think so. I mean, you can read the smile on Gareth's face.
Yes.
Scooter's in the money. Rudolph is now just going into his relaxed mode.
Yeah.
This is his normal pose at the table. If you give him some room, he's going to spin around and put his feet up, trust me.
You can tell he's an experienced player because he's just so relaxed.
Oh, Mr. Poker, he loves the game, huh? Absolutely loves the game. And, you know, a pleasure to be around. And I said on stream, I think you might have called it earlier, I haven't seen his partner in crime very far away, Eben, the doc. I walk outside and there's Eben set at the table behind him. First time I've seen it since I've been here. Shout out for Eben, the doc. I see Neville Robertson's joined the stream. Welcome, Neville. And Andrew Anthony sat next to Andrew at a tournament a couple of weeks ago. Charming young man. And a member of the Khalil clan, the Lebanese mafia. And always a pleasure to have some time with Andrew. So welcome to the stream, my friend.
Small blind. You come on yourself, kick yourself. Just judge for yourself. Or keep a little note. Because I'm not going to be every time counting my.
So Mr. Sun will be checking out the videos there. He's going to watch that one back.
Right. As we elkaar nou al in zitten.
Everybody's got talking chips now, Rhonda.
They do.
I feel the tension lift from here.
I feel the tension is lift as well.
Mr. Sun's probably texting the world, letting them know he's 92 grand up. I'm just jealous, you know.
Yeah, me too.
And you know, once again, congratulations to all the players and commiserations to the ones who didn't make the money.
King deuce, last hand, the other hand. I saw one king on the board.
But you know, we've had a bit of joviality now. I mean, we've got to get back to the serious business. This is what pays people's bonds and mortgages and bills. You know, so everybody's looking to ladder up. When we get an opportunity, we'll take a shot of the prize pools because now it's more interesting. So I'll get the tech team just to swing a camera around and have a look at the timing screen when they've got a moment. So we can look at the prize pool.
Hey, Mr. Sun. Come on, come on.
How can you do that? Big
Come
money,
on, Mr.
big
Sun.
So the prize pool is 663 479 313
We in the money,
165
honey.
129 and 92.
Yeah,
Some big pay jumps in the top three, huh?
There are.
So what is the Canadian dollar exchange rate for the 663 up top? What does that make? It's just off a zero, so $66,000 basically.
Yes.
That's a big chunk of change, yeah?
Yes. I think the true exchange is about 1 to 11, but I just use 1 for 10.
Yeah.
So if you just drop the 0.
Okay. We'll check that out in a minute. We'll just get back to the action here. Under the gun, Neil Jacobs. Let's get his cards on the scanner.
So do we know on this final table if any of these players rebought? Was there any rebuys?
I actually don't know. We could find that out, I suppose. We'd have to ask Caitlin and Roxy, who were just outside the door.
Raise,
but,
105.
I'm trying to think if I know of any. I don't think Gareth did. Steven, don't know. In fact, I'd be guessing. I don't know.
I don't see second account. What the cards you use? You don't get me out very upset. Absolutely.
What?
3-7 use. I don't know what's the next.
So one Canadian dollar today is 11.49 rands.
Yes.
So
You know, people like a casino, they do not get the card, they blame the dealer.
let's just round the number up to 664,000 rands. And that comes out at 57,750 Canadian dollars. Wow. Buy yourself a nice motor car for that, perhaps.
It is a nice chunk of change.
Even I have a use. I push it all in. I
That's
don't
43,000 US, 36,000 British pounds, 39,000 and some change on the euro, and 100,458,927,000 Tanzanian shillings. How about that?
That's
How does that grab you?
That sounds awesome. Instant millionaire.
Billionaire, please, come on. What is wrong with you? And you're probably wondering why I have Tanzanian shillings on my phone, aren't you?
Yeah, I am a little curious.
Yeah. I just spent 7.5 years in Dar es Salaam.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so I'm still working in shillings and dollars. I only came back to South Africa in April.
Sorry, Mama.
To live, that is. I mean, I was back in South Africa on a regular basis. I have a home here, my daughter and children, etc. But yeah, great poker in the East Africa region. Huh? Great poker. Yeah, some crazy games. Had some great tournaments. So we got a little up and down straight draw here for Mr. LaRue.
That's mine.
Very nice flop for him. I mean, percentage-wise, he's ahead, but in actual fact, I think the ace high is winning.
Fold.
So bet fold.
Stop it now, Diva.
So Neil's talking chips are working well now.
They are.
His family will be happy. I'm sure his kids will be counting 92 grand and deciding which Toys R Us they're going to get to first. You can't hide it, Neil. No, you're on the stream, buddy. So we all know you're 92k up. But the attitude has changed considerably at the table. We noticed how people have just become more relaxed now after that bubble burst. And it is. Look at them all on their phones, letting everybody know we're in the money.
Smiling.
Yeah. And there hasn't been a lot of smiling at that table, I've got to say. I mean, and I keep telling people, smiling's for free, huh?
Yeah.
You don't have to pay for smiles. So I see Haggai's joined us on the stream. Hi, Gogs. Nice to see you, my friend. Haggai's was in the high roller, got knocked out earlier. Very, very good professional, good cash player. Did a bit of commentary with me yesterday. And all-round good guy. In fact, you know who he is. You mentioned him in your notes to me. The guy across the table was the professional.
Oh, yes.
Raise, send 5,000.
That's Gogs, that's Haggai. And he's just joined our stream. So, my tech team have been busy beavering away in the background. And the answer to your question, nobody did any rebuys at the final table.
Wow.
So
impressive.
They're all on their first bullet, every single one of them. So, profit 62k.
Yes.
Done. So there's our chip counts. Rudolph's still up top. Divan now has moved up in the charts. He's very close to the top with that big win taking out Kenny. Neil mid spot. Harold 865, 855, and then Mr. Sun at the bottom there. But not really sweating now, you know. In fact, I think he's busy updating his playlist of music or something there. I'm not quite sure.
I think he's pretty relaxed right now, and he'll be fairly fussy about the hands he plays.
I'm pretty sure you're right. I mean, maybe he's on his Facebook account, or the Chinese have a Facebook. Do you know China have a Facebook? Their own? It's called QQ.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, I have a QQ account.
Oh, really?
I do. I used to work with a lot of Chinese guys, and they set me up a QQ account. I can read none of it, of course. the ones that I'm friends with, they send me messages. Oh, here we go. Talking to Mr. Sun and Hans. He's got the hooks. Pocket jacks.
I call them jammer jacks.
Jammer jacks. Oh, well, that's one way of playing them, I suppose. I mean, he's in the hijack leg position, so I expect to see a reasonable raise.
First hand. For 2 hours.
For 2 hours.
Don't tell lies, it's been about an hour and 55 minutes.
It feels longer, though, when you're not getting cards.
Yeah, indeed. So big stack, King 10 in the small blind, so small contribution already made by Divan. I don't think Divan's just flatting here, I think Divan's raising. Divan's a very aggressive player, and he's got Gareth to come after him, who's in the big blind. And Gareth's already committed 60,000 in chips, of course, so he'll feel feel involved.
I have not played with him at the table, so I'm not familiar with his style.
Divan or Gareth?
Divan.
Okay, trust me, Divan doesn't flat here. I mean, I'll probably be proved wrong and he'll smooth call.
Call.
What do I know about poker?
No, I don't know.
I was expecting a move there. But we're going to go to the flop. So King 10 versus Jacks. I mean, obviously Jacks are miles ahead at pre-flop. Wow, that's a piece for everybody, eh?
It is.
We'll go back to the flop cam there so we can just commentate on the flop. I'm not surprised to see his money go in here.
6.
And to be fair to Mr. Sun, he doesn't know, but he is ahead.
625,000.
Yes.
So Mr. Sun is betting the... Divan gets away. I suspected that we might have some sort of calculation there, but of course, unbeknownst to Mr. Sun, he's actually holding two of Divan's outs.
Exactly. But third pair on the board, I would make the same fold.
Yeah, for sure. and sensible. Divan's now thinking to himself, I wish I'd have raised pre-flop.
Well, he's moved up a spot now.
Uh-huh. I think Rudolph has moved round a seat, I think. Yeah, we've moved him round a seat just for a bit of comfort. Well done to the tech team there. Always considering others, so we've given Rudolph a slot to the left there. I mean, we're not expecting any more players at this table, obviously.
No.
So why not, don't have people squashed up. So we're all about comfort here and giving people the opportunity to play the best poker. So now that the final table is getting exciting, we're getting a few people joining the stream. I'm only monitoring the Facebook stream, but we are going out on the Twitch stream and also the platform YouTube. So all of our videos are buffered and saved, so you can always go back and watch yourself, as Rhonda did last night.
Yes.
Did you find it advantageous or helpful to look at yourself on the feed?
Same 5,000.
Definitely, I could see some of the mistakes that I was making along the way and choices that I'd make differently in the same kind of situations.
Did you see any of your tells?
No, not so much.
Okay, I'll tell you one, but off air.
Okay.
I can't tell you on air, otherwise it will not be a secret. The great advantage of sitting here is you get to study players.
Yes.
And I spend a lot of time doing commentary with your good self, or on your good self, should I say. That's the right way of putting it. And you pick up how people, their mannerisms.
Oh, I'm sure you do.
You do, And I'd watch myself back on the stream, and I've got plenty of bad habits. So trust me, I'm not suggesting that you're doing anything sort of heinous and there's big crimes being committed here. But it helps if people point out to you that.
Oh, absolutely.
Perhaps scratching your left nostril every time you've got aces is not a good idea.
Exactly.
Or maybe jumping up and down and making happy faces. But Mr. Brooks is going to throw the rubbish away under the gun for sure. And Neil's got this offsuit connectors, they're going in the junk. Divan with Jack 6 in the cutoff. He's got strong players to his left now. He's not going to be pulling too many moves to steal blinds here, I don't think. Gareth on the button, not interested. Rudy's going to complete by the look of it. Now he's making a raise. So he's trying to steal the big blind off Mr. Sun. Mr. Sun will probably suss that out very, very quickly.
Oh. Action. Action.
Look at Mr. Sun's face. I love him.
He's a very sociable player.
Oh, he's a great guy. Okay, so what have we got here for anybody? Not a lot is the answer. King 9 is ahead by virtue of kicker.
10.
There's a backdoor draw there. Brings a 5, no flush draws. Rudy's going to continue his story. Mr. Sun's going to chuck his stuff in.
Can't you have anything
And you see Rudy go, why are you folding out a monster? He had absolute junk as well, but listen to Mr. Sun.
If the turn is a spade,
I don't have king.
I have a king. Nah.
I don't have king.
Mr. Sun is playing more conservative than I thought he would be at this point. I just watched him fold ace-10, 3 hands back. Surprised me.
This is the commentator's friend, by the way. Feel free to indulge.
Thank you.
Our unofficial sponsor, Strepsils. I was going to say it's hard work talking all day, but if you spoke to my wife, she'd say it's not hard work talking all day. This guy could talk for England. So excuse me popping in a Strepsil, but feeling a little bit hoarse here today. Okay, back to the action. Jack 5 suited. I think the Afrikaans for clubs is blommetjies, which means flowers.
But if a king flop, the money goes.
Ace-9 for Gareth. Gareth's going to think about this. Gareth has switched back into serious mode now.
It's the first hand he's had for a while, so.
Raise.
And you'll get respect for that, of course.
Yes, and he's in great positioning.
Oh dear.
Seventeen.
Whoops.
All in.
And Gareth will snap fold this. It may take a little bit of time for the TV to gain some credibility, but
Fold.
Mr. Sun.
you know,
Catch me.
when people look at one card and then turn the other one over and then say, I have a pair, we know they're lying.
Yes.
You win again.
Yes.
I put you all in.
These two at the back of the table here, Mr. Sun and Ruby, are building up a little bit of a rapport here. There's some banter.
That's right.
So the room noise is building up a bit. Maybe there's a satellite going on out in the arena, or I know the Six Max is still ongoing, the final table. So I'm assuming there must be some sort of satellite or a small tournament that they've organised for the players.
I believe there is a satellite tournament to the main event.
Okay.
Which starts tonight at 7 o'clock.
Yeah, well that would make sense. It's the last satellite. There we go. Our tech team oblige. JPH, centre of frame, criminal lawyer to trade. Big Jason on the right there. Kevin Khalil to the right of the dealer. Recognise the shape of those few of those bodies. Interesting character, JP Oaks. Say he's a criminal lawyer. Another one who lies for a living. Very nice man, very smart, very astute poker player. You know, as an amateur recreational player, you'd have him in your team any day. He's the carry cats type sort of mode. You know, I'm an amateur, but I'm actually a very good amateur. So Gareth's raised to 75,000 with the ace queen. Mr. Sun is getting rid of his suited king. Harold's not going to be hanging around with the line with that rubbish. So what's Neil got? Pocket fours. Neil might fancy a little look here, given his investment to date.
Yes, I would think so.
He's also been very quiet, Neil. And of course, the bubble has burst.
Call.
So there's no walk of shame now. And as predicted, he looks him up. Let's see what the flop brings. Pocket fours, may the fours be with you. The Star Wars hand.
Check.
Little does he know, he's actually ahead, but a continuation bet here is going to get this done from Gareth. Let's see what Neil does. Oh, he checked, so Gareth's option. Here's the continuation bet.
Nothing on the trend.
And also players in the Six Max also in the money. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Well done.
Okay, Six Max in the money and the high roller. Mark, our CEO, is outside doing the announcements. You had any time with Mark, Rhonda?
I have not yet.
Take some time. Just make sure he's not selling any sort of ice to the Eskimos or rice to the Chinese, you know. I guess you're not. He's a lovely fellow. He comes across really well on the commentary. In fact, he's the pioneer of the commentary here. He heads up the Monsterjam team. And it's his standards that you see. And, you know, he's the guy who sets the bar. And he sets the bar pretty high.
He has set the bar amazingly well.
Yeah, and he expects the best from his team. Work hard, play hard. And, you know, he's the guy that will come in, and if the chair's not quite at the right angle, he'll make sure it is at the right angle. It's attention to detail, and I think that's the secret to success. You know, you got the little things that matter. I mean, you've run your own business, as you say, you know,
yes.
And, you know, look after your clients and attention to detail.
Exactly.
Raise 70,000 total.
So Rudolph is raising here with pocket threes. He's off crab hunting, as I say. He's got the crabs, and he's going to go hunting for the next one. And Harold Brooks has got king, queen. Now, a lot of history between these two players, as you can imagine, Rudolph and Harold. I quite expect to see Harold flat here, maybe, on the button. Yeah. So a smooth call from Harold. He's got the two overs. Neil's now thinking, oh my word, I'm going to get involved here. I'm 3-1 my money. I've got such pretty cards. It's all paint. Red alert, Neil. Keep out of the way of these two old topics.
Yes.
7 in total.
Let them get into it. So we're coming up to the end of level 19. That'll be us into level 20. And you noticed last night they went from 45 minutes after the freezers to 1 hour levels.
It did.
Structure change, a little adjustment there from Mark and his team, listening to the players that are asking to change it to hour levels once they get past there. So give them an opportunity to play some poker.
It does give you a chance to recover if you're a little bit lower on there.
Boom!
Wow.
Set. The only bad news is that there's nobody there to fight him. He needs some paint up there. And that's not going to help his cause. Rudy will bet now. He'll rep something. In fact, I think Neil's going to have a stab at this, which is exactly what Rudy wants.
80.
And he's bet 80,000, I think. That's music to Rudy's ears. Divan's got a piece of the flop. 3, 4, 5, 7. There's no 6s out there. Divan's got the 4. And not much else, so I don't expect Divan to be calling the 80. I think we'll play with his chips for a little while and just slide those to the right.
What?
As predicted, and it'll be a smooth call from Rudy.
For now it's Friday, Saturday. If it comes Sunday, we'll see if we can.
Yeah, Harold will fold his chips. Sorry, fold his cards. He'll move his chips. Nothing doing for Harold there. And we're 2 to the river. Super strong hand, very well disguised here by Rudy. And a jack or a king on the river is going to be a real problem. Okay, that's probably going to help Neil. Is Neil going to continue to tell the story? Let's see if the small money checks. And Rudy says, I've got a set.
Fuck, look at what the turn brings.
So Rudy was obviously scared of the 6. He obviously felt that Neil had a 6 in his range. Hence the reason he just simply said, I turned it over and we'll just get the chip showdown.
Yes, he wasn't going to continue if he didn't have something, so I can see Neil's fear.
Yeah, indeed.
But you know I've got a hand once I called.
Rudy's going to talk it up as usual.
Like that, turn it forward.
It's a bit like having Norman Chad and Lon McCarran at the table. You know, they got to have the panel at the end of each hand.
I was tapping on the flop.
That looks like our satellite players or somebody going for a break. And the person in picture there, not the lady, the gentleman behind her, is Carl Marberg, Mr. Cardstream.
That's a problem.
If I play on the river,
I have to call.
And if you're around till the end of the next level, I'll make a point of introducing you to Carl. So at least you know who he is.
that's what I was worried about.
So Carl and I are very good friends.
Once you call, it's either over 3 or 6, nothing else.
Or 6s.
And Marcel, who is the ugly one furthest away over there, is Carl's nephew. This one we found on the way and we felt sorry for him, so we've given him a job. He was looking a bit down on his luck on the curb. I jest, Marius and Marcel I would it'd be like having my arms cut off if we didn't have those guys. They're the brains of the operation and the brawl. I'm just the conductor of the orchestra. I'm trying to be nice and they're abusing me over there for sure. Ace Jack for Neil Jacobs, 1.1 million on the button. It's been limped or folded round to him, shall I say. I expect to see some sort of action here.
80,000.
80,000. So that's his standard bet, 80,000 by the look of it.
Yes.
So Divan, we haven't seen his cards yet. 5-4 suited. In the small blind. A small commitment already made, 1.9 million. Maybe a smooth call here. Just have a little look with the suited connectors. Ranges are opening up, as you said, Randy.
Yes. And he has the chips to do it, to take a few chances.
So we'll look down and we've lost our cards. So just hopefully they'll come back quickly. We'd like to see what Gareth has got. So there's a call from Divan. There we go, ace-3 for Gareth. And Gareth's having to think about this, but he's in the big blind, that's the only reason. His cards are going amok. And we're going to have 2 players off to the flop. And this really is it's about the flop. Okay, so both players get a piece. Bottom pair for Divan. And second pair for Neil. Neil's going to bet this, and I think we're just going to fold. Yeah, things that are going through Divan's head here is I'm not calling, I'm re-raising. And he's just going to call. It's very interesting. Senses a bit of weakness. Neil checks back. Check, check.
Check.
Check. And Neil is good. Divan just shows the 4 and slides his cards across. Divan, you know, he'll be disappointed with that hand because you know, great player. He senses a bit of weakness, but you know, when you're wrong, you're wrong. You know.
Right.
And of course, Neil will be happy to pick up some chips there. And his gain of 270,000, which is no small amount at this stage of the game. 120,000, 40,000, 40,000. That's 100,000. That's 100k.
It is.
Dead money on the table.
How much?
Expensive rounds now.
100k.
Yes.
We started with 150 in this event. As I
We
recall.
did.
Wow. 20,000 to play.
You know, these games are getting shorter. Huh? Mr. Sun with another monster for the muck. Talking of monsters, here comes Mr. Brooks with the goods.
I see a 3-bet in the future.
AK, Anna Konakuva.
Raise. Up to 125.
And what Harold's saying there is, I've got the goods.
Yes.
If you want to call, you need to have it.
You're going to pay for it.
You're going to pay. Crumb bums, flush hunters, and all the rest of you can get on your way.
Yes.
And Harold's image at the table is more than respectable.
Absolutely.
Now, Rudolph's got a suited ace too. And the normal story will continue. He'll fold that, and then he'll tell a story about how last time he folded ace 2, he would have won the hand with the queens and the king 8.
I get slightly behind though.
Right.
Nice hand though. Thanks for showing. I was tonight I would have broken up.
They need to get a room, these two, huh?
King Jack.
No, the what you call us still gonna tell you.
20.
The doc was still gonna tell you. In the next 10 minutes.
50 minutes. I think it's 50 minutes, is it?
So Gareth is at the bottom of the pile.
Rudolph's beer, he said it was
Harold picked up a thing. Mr. Sun has picked up a few chips, as we know earlier. With his King Jack.
I'm looking at my picks.
Your picks were Mr. Sun, Harold and Divan.
40,000 to play.
That was Craig and that was me. So just getting the paperwork up to date at home for you at home who think we're doing nothing here. We're running a poker fantasy here in the poker commentary booth. Anybody who comes in has to predict the top 3.
Can I get a?
It'd get easier because we've got less people to pick from.
Yes.
Where did that come from? I've just spied a pizza. Does that belong to you?
Yes, they delivered it here about half an hour ago.
Really?
Hey,
Yeah.
Mr. Sun, you're too tight.
My word.
Wasn't it too tight? Huh? They give deuce.
Harold Brooks with the Jack 8, 100k gain under the gun. Once again, getting the respect of the table. He's not going to try that again, I'm sure.
No.
So, I suspect we've got about 45 minutes to run on the level. And the local time is just coming up to 2:45 in the afternoon. Jeez, where does the day go, Rhonda?
It goes by fast. I can't keep track of time as a poker player.
I was up early doors this morning, had a chat with my wife, did some administrative tasks that I needed to do, came down, had some breakfast. These guys were here, we've cleaned all the equipment, polished all the camera lenses, you know, all the sort of basic stuff that's in preparation for the feed. You look down at your watch and the day's gone. I mean, it's literally gone, you know.
It is.
I think this game is going to carry on for a couple of hours yet, that's for sure. you know, when we get to the business end of the tournament, there's going to be some posturing. Depending on who's in, there might be a deal done when we get to the latter stages. You know, guys who do this for a living want to tie up a certain amount and make sure it's secure.
Up to 80,000.
It'll depend on personalities. Mr. Sun with the 9-10 suited. A lot of players' favourite hand, 9-10 suited. Not mine, but a lot of players on there.
I don't mind 9-10. It's a good ace-breaking hand. I prefer Jack-10 suited better.
Well, your favourite hand is King 2 suited.
Yes, but if you watch, I did not play King 2 in this tournament. There was not an opportunity.
It's probably not a good idea
So
either.
it's not, but...
Yeah, I think you need to revise your favourite hand, quite frankly. I mean, you know, this
I like the looks of
free.
it.
This one's for free, okay? King 2 is not a winning formula
No,
with
it's
a
not,
favourite hand.
but if I'm on the button and the opportunity rises, I like playing that hand if it's suited. It just looks pretty.
Okay, we got an all-in for Mr. Sun here with his suited connectors. 720. He's decided it's time to put Gareth to the test. And you know, there's a lot of fold equity there for Mr. Sun, eh? I got to tell you, Gareth is looking into the ceiling, thinking, "What have I got myself into here?" And his cards are going to go into muck.
I think he'll fold.
He's got 3 outs, the 3 kings. You know, it's bad enough finding 3 wise men in Africa, let alone in PE. You know, come on. 3 kings. No offence to the PE public, by the way. It's just a joke. We got 3 outs, 3 wise men.
Don't do it.
Gareth is battling with this one. There's 2 pair there. That's it. Mr. Sun is dominating you with 2 pair. And you're a 19% dog according to us. We'll have a look. Flick our chips around, maybe have a bit of chatter.
Yeah, he's going to fold.
He says you'll see it on TV.
You lose 600,000. Yeah. So your tournament live.
He's selling his hand. He's doing marketing.
I don't think I can follow that, right?
I don't think you can call. Even I got.
You know,
nothing.
to be fair to Gareth, you know, he's got top pair, second kicker here. Mr. Sun has flopped 2 pair, and he's completely trapped. There you go. Money goes.
Oh.
And he'll see the bad news. So, you know, will the river deliver? Will it be a sick one? Let's go to the flop count. Nice and slow with the Sun and river. Good luck, Gareth. Good luck, Mr. Sun.
7 to split.
7 for a chop. 7 for a chop.
Yes.
And we say goodbye to Mr. Gareth Hudson.
Thank you.
You did good, my friends. You flew the Scottish flag well. You're not British anymore. You didn't win. Well done for flying the Scottish flag. And Mr. Sun picks up a significant amount of chips, takes him up to 1.6 million. And
You have to call it.
Harold Brooks becomes our shorty. But well done, Gareth. You know, a good friend of mine, and congratulations to you and to Tracy, your new wife.
No, I don't.
And
Nice shoot.
let's hope that buys you some vouchers for the local DIY shop, doing for your house, and hopefully some babies soon. Not that I'm suggesting, but you know, good player. Unlucky, my friend. I say so. Divan is asking if he can move seats. Just the tech team just picked that up. Maybe you want just.
Thank you.
We've got no problem with him moving. We just need to adjust our software.
That was a 40,000 rand flip.
So what we're doing here, Ron, the Divan wants to move around so he gets a better view of the
Yeah,
table.
so he can see the players
No
because
reason
it's
why
hard.
not, but he's registered on the sensors for seat number 1, so we need to re-register him on seat number 2. Which isn't a big train smash, but if we don't do it, we're going to lose him.
Right.
I'm looking across at Marcel. Shot. Done. Finished.
Well, Mr. Sun is mid-pack. I may win our friendly bet here.
Indeed. I say you cover me also.
Yeah, you cover everybody, Mr.
No, you, not you. I will dodge you. You see, not behind you.
Okay, I think we've probably got about a half an hour or so on the level, maybe a little bit longer. Jack 10 diamonds, under the gun.
Yeah.
Ivan has been a lot more active since the bubble burst, huh?
Yes. And he's gaining momentum.
Indeed. I think Mr. Sun's got the momentum at the moment. And Rudy's just treading water. I mean, he just walked away from his cards, you know, he's obviously got nothing. Mr. Sun has now got King 10, and suited, by the way. I think this is worth a little punt, maybe call with the 85. He's got newly acquired wealth, he's up to 1.6 million. I like the smooth call.
Yes.
I don't like a raise given his position, but I do like a smooth call. And I'm talking not the fact he's on the button, in regard to the betting that's taken place so far. Well, this could be a family pot here.
Wait, Rudolph.
No, Rudolph's missing out on the family.
Give me a cards back, a family pot.
You know, it's sick that we think alike, us poker players, you know. It's so sick. So gut shot for Mr. Sun, backdoor flush draw. And he's got the best of it, of course, with the king high. You know, all the rest of the fishermen in this pot have got nothing.
I expect Devon to bet and everybody to
sure.
fold.
There'll be about 130, 140.
Yeah.
175.
175. So he's half a pot.
And everybody will disappear.
You know, Mr. Sun has called in the past with gut shots.
Oh, he is. He's opening his range up again.
Yeah, he gets a bit sticky here.
He's feeling pretty good.
And also, you know, this isn't just about this street. Mr. Sun could be actually just calling here to set up a bluff on the river. You know? And that reduces the odds of Divan having an ace.
Right.
I suspect Divan will continue the story here.
I think he needs to.
Well, if he's going to win the pot, the story's got to make sense.
Exactly.
Who said that? Esfandiari. Wasn't it Antonio Esfandiari? He checks it. So he's shutting down. Now Mr. Sun needs to take the initiative, or Mr. Sun might put him on an ace and think he's being trapped. So he'll check it back. And that's exactly what happens. And there we go, Mr. Sun makes a flush on the river. Runner. He's got the stone cold, well not the stone cold nuts because the board's paired, but he's certainly got the nut flush, that's for sure. The question is Divan shut down?
I think he'll get away from it.
Oh yeah, it's a check and a bet here from Mr. Sun, and it'll be check, bet, fold. And Mr. Sun's sizing is going to be about 300 and odd thousand here. Divan's thinking about it.
375.
375. Yep. Check,
I
bet,
said,
fold.
Mr. Sun, chop leader.
So this is really
We've
filling it
created
up.
the monster.
Negrano definitely uses that statement that if you start a story, you have to finish it, and it has to
indeed.
make sense to the end.
Good old Dean Eggs. Recently got married also to Amanda Leatherman. I don't know if you follow Dean Eggs on any of the forums.
No.
He just got married just before the World Series. He married his former girlfriend, Amanda Leatherman, who's a commentator, of course.
Okay.
How did I know that?
I know that he gave up his Canadian citizenship so he can move to Vegas.
Yeah.
Now.
Well, he still plays, well, he used to play PokerStars under the Canadian Pro flag.
Yeah.
But he's no longer with PokerStars either. He's given up that sponsorship now.
I think he's a little bit more relaxed now and can live after he made his 40 million. So.
But he's running with this t-shirt company now, do all the Rocky Balboa shirts and stuff. And he's a big Rocky fan, as you know. So, yeah, I like Daniel Negreanu. I was fortunate enough to have met him once. But in passing, as you do, if you ever watch one of his vlogs, you know, it's a selfie and they keep running, you know. So we didn't stop and have any meaningful chatter, that's for sure.
Up to 85,000.
So Mr. Sun has got the talking chips now, and he's putting them to good use straight away. He's on the button, and Harold's on the button here. Mr. Sun has raised from the cutoff.
We've created the monster.
And Rudolph continues his commentary on table. We have created a monster.
He's now
And he means that in the best possible
he
taste.
wants South Africa #1 as well.
Only one player.
Now we got Nick as well.
2 players.
2 players. Nick is 2. Nick is number 2.
Sometimes Nick is number 1. Okay.
It's my wife. A message from my wife on the
Currently
stream.
I'm number 1. From Botswana. Only 2.
Oh dear. I love this stuff. Sorry, myself and Rondo having a private joke. We talk by emojis, my wife and I. This is a ewe, by the way, a sheep.
Yes.
Ewe. Oh dear, ace-2 for Harold. He likes this cards. I've seen him play these before. He's in the cutoff, so latest position. Looks like it's a limp pot here. Mind you, there's only 4 of them at the table, so there's not much limping to be done.
Raise. Up to 1,000. 85.
I would be shocked if they do a chop.
Oh no, there's no chop here. Not yet.
Even after 3 with the remaining 4. I just don't see it happening. I think they're going to play it to the bitter end.
Call. 65 more. 45 more.
So there's 4 at the table plus there's 5. Okay, we're going to see a flop. Ace-2. So Mr. Brooks, Neil Jacobs, you're in trouble, my friend.
He is in big trouble.
Harold checks. You know, Neil is going to think he's golden. He's got a reasonable kicker. He's hit the top pair. He's got 2 red cards in his hand.
60% of the pot bad I see coming.
Well, we're showing that Harold is checked, so the action's with Neil.
160.
160.
I'll take Neil here and jump.
It's essentially half pot, wasn't it?
Half pot.
All in.
I'm surprised to see Harold got all in there, eh? I thought he would have smooth called there. I mean, it's a rainbow flop.
He knows that Neil has an ace. He's not going to let him draw to his kicker. That would be my thinking.
Thinks there's enough in the pot.
Take it down now.
Well, Neil's got Harold covered, huh? Harold is the player at risk. Oh, Chrissy Lutz and Edgar on the stream. Edgar's a local boy, of course. Chrissy's just up the road at KZN, I think. Enjoyed some time with Chrissy playing in the Wild Coast. And of course, I saw Edgar at Breakers and his wonderful father as well. His dad's a local general practitioner, got retired. And Edgar's a super guy. This is a wise old fox now. He said, take out the money and tell him what the difference is, and he's pushed all his chips forward. The trap is what it is.
540 more.
This is quite a serious moment here. There's a big pay jump. Gareth's already ticked the 95,000, so you know I think the next pay jump is 129,000. And Neil's going to be disappointed to see the 2 pairs.
Yes, he is.
But he's still alive, you know, he's not dead. He's got 19, 20% here, something like that. In fact, there you go, 19%. Our software just told us what it is.
Pull him up here.
There we go.
Oh.
And that's the end.
And that's the end of that.
Ace.
1%. Ace only.
540. That's a 440. Thank God.
So Neil will survive.
Yes.
But he's now in the
can't
danger
fold.
zone.
It's difficult to follow it. Very difficult to follow it.
And Harold gets a level of comfort
H2.
with the newly found wall.
Ace 2.
So our new short stack is Neil Jacobs, and unfortunately Neil, a bit of a prisoner there, short-handed.
There you go.
Okay, 35 minutes to go on the stream. Hopefully you're going to stay with us till the end of the hour for the break, Rhonda.
Yes, I will.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, your pizza's going cold.
Oh, that's for later. Yeah.
Oh, that's for later.
Yeah.
You saw it. You're doing that. That's sort of hibernation
yes,
for the winter thing.
I'm hoarding my food and beverages.
I know you have grizzly bears where you come from, but I mean, goodness me, for goodness sake, you know, we get food 24/7 here in PE. You don't need to go into hibernation. It could be worse. You could be a marsupial and you're storing it in your jumper like a patch. You know, so.
when you get off the table at 2, 3 in the morning, though.
Cold pizza is quite attractive.
It is awesome. It is breakfast. It is every meal.
It is pizza.
So, and your pizza here is good. I really enjoy it.
It is?
Yes,
That's
it
coming
is.
from a Canadian. Wow.
So,
Let me have a look. Can I mention the brand?
Yeah, absolutely.
Panarottis.
Right on site here.
Panarotti, yeah, but these are degenerates. They live on pizza. They're still in university. They don't know if there's any other food in the world, especially healthy stuff.
That doesn't change as you age. Still the same.
Okay. So we got some serious numbers on the stream here. I don't know what we're picking up on the other two, but we're quite high numbers now on the live stream. So welcome to anybody out there. I see that Gareth has just joined us. Gareth, 92,000 rand richer, King 8 of Hearts. So in a half an hour you're going to be hearing me chirping you, and we'll be on break by then, so you'll be able to respond accordingly. But JC, he's going to buy you a nice gift with his newfound wealth. He told me himself. But he's still Scottish and I'm English. All the best, Gareth. Nice to see you on the stream, and well done with your cash in High Roller, and well deserved. And I'm pretty sure there's a big one coming for you along the way sometime this year. So keep up the good work, buddy. Do some work. Congrats again. Back to our stream. 5 players still in play. We've got Divan in first position, seat 1, well he's now at seat 2. Rudolph, Sun, Harold, and Neil. Neil took a bit of a hit there with the all-in from Harold. So he is our short stack at the table, so he'll be looking to make a move. Ooh. Mr. Sun picks up Ace King, and I think, what is it Rudolph said? We've created a monster.
Yes, he's on fire now.
And you picked him when he was on the bones of his backside.
I did. I believe in him.
Wow. Good job we're not running some gaming institution here where you're all booked, because you know, you'd have got pretty long odds. Harold Brooks looks down at the suited king. King 4 is not going to do it for Harold. And the rich get richer.
Yes.
I think he's almost the chip leader.
He is almost tied for
Rudolph
first.
conceded the chip lead to him earlier, but I think he's still he's there, but he's still a little bit behind if our count is right. This is fun, eh?
It's very fun.
Isn't it just?
So, yes.
You know, you get to see the inside track on all these different players.
Yes, you do.
And,
Mr. Sun was very encouraging when I was down to, on my third rebuy, my third bullet, and I was down to 40,000 chips.
Really?
And I came back from that to the 600,000, and he was just encouraging all the way, and we were playing on the same table. So that's why I figured he'd probably get to first place here.
Bit of calmer, yeah?
He's calm and he's patient.
Okay, I'll take it all back.
So
we like him though. Okay.
Yeah.
He gets some kudos. He gets some points for being nice then.
I really think he's...
Or maybe he was just grouping all the immigrants together. I should be in that group. Oh dear. So, back to the poker. Talking of our new monster, Mr. Sun, Queen 8, that's going in the muck on the button. Very tight, eh? With his newfound ranges.
Alright, we got a race.
Here we go. So Harold's got it all in. He's trying to steal the big blind, and Neil snaps him off. Ace 5 suited, that's a reasonable call with the short stack. I mean, Harold was obviously pulling the move there, trying to steal the big blind. And Harold finds the 9. There's some possible straight draws still here. Let's see what the turn brings.
Oh, that's out.
There we go. So there is a gut shot available. Wants to see a 3. No 3. And Neil departs in 5th place.
Bad luck.
Well done, Neil. Played really, 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 really well.
So the money, another jump, right?
So 129,000 rand is what Neil takes away with him, and some change.
Now there's a big jump.
And once again, big shout out to Neil's fan club back down there in the Mother City in Cape Town. Have you been to Cape Town? Not yet.
Not yet.
It's a treat. These guys know how to look after you, and they've got some of the best restaurants in the world, the best wine in the world.
Oh, perfect.
They've got a mountain that's missing a piece as well. There's a bit missing off the top of the mountain. You might see that when you're there. It's fairly obvious, by the way. And if you've got some time, take the cable car up there. And if you can, so go around the other side of Robin Island. Go and have a look at where Mediva was stored for many, many years. And that's quite a moving experience, trust me.
It would be.
And you know, there's plenty of things to do in Cape Town.
Yes.
It's just such a wonderful city. Get down to the waterfront, the V&A there, and look at the craft markets and sample some of the food.
It's a big jump.
I could go on forever. Anyhow, Neil, well done.
I don't have a problem.
First showing comes in 5th, 129,000 rand. Taking that home to the Mother City in Cape Town. And big shout out to your family who've been looking on, loyal on the stream. And hope to catch up with you and shake your hand at the break. So we're down to 4. Next pay jump is 165,000.
Are all 4? Look at that! All 3 of my players are still in.
Yeah, don't get too cocky. Eh?
All poker players are cocky.
You know,
it's a necessity.
Don't get too cocky.
Where's your list?
Oh well, one of mine's still running. I told you Uncle Harold was going to win. So the next payout is 165,000, and then we've got to jump to 313, which is just where the serious money is jumping around. 479 on the next, and then of course up top we've got a significant amount of money, which is 663. Okay, so they're already talking deals here. I think it's a little unfair that they're talking Afrikaans when Mr. Sun doesn't speak Afrikaans.
Dis nie so baie nie. Dis 35 van die boonste 3 af. So 2010-5. En dan maak jy, verstaan jy?
So what they want to do is they're trying to lock up some a set amount for each of them. And then
Sorry,
play
Mr.
the
Sun.
rest.
I propose we make
English only
Sorry,
here.
Mr. Sun.
Ah, now we've
I want
woken
to
up.
make 4 for 200 and take 20-10-5 off. So just to, because the gap between 3rd and 4th is too big.
You give 4 some more.
Yeah.
No, I don't have a problem.
Even?
Maybe I finish the 4th.
20-10-5.
The only reason I can see them
Yeah.
chopping is because the main
I
event
think there's a
starts
quick
tonight, and
20-10-5 and 4
I
for
think they're all
200.
playing.
Yes, yes.
The prizes as they go.
Yes, yes.
Okay, as you're
We
happy.
agreed. We don't need
20.
their permission.
So the 4th guy must get 20 from 1st, 10 from 2nd, and 5 from 1st.
So what? So they're not doing it. They're not doing it.
Yeah,
They are not doing it, but we can do ourselves.
We can
So,
do
what,
ourselves.
so for our viewers out there, if you're listening, what Rudy suggests is to take 20,000 off
I
the
go
first
to
prize,
you for 20,000.
10,000 off
Yeah.
the second
From the
prize,
second, I get
5,000 off the
10,000.
And
third
5
prize,
from 3rd.
I get
which comes to
5,000.
35,000, added to the
Fuck you, Sam,
165,
get out of it.
which makes
Guys,
it
happy?
200, so the
Deal.
jump is less.
That's a fair deal.
You have 40,000 for
Because
the
it's so
fourth. Yes.
the jump is too big.
So the new prize revision. So, and just incidentally, Monsterjam will still pay out the same amount
Sam, I
of
love
prizes.
Right.
And it's up to the players to do
Yes.
the cash
Okay.
exchange afterwards.
Allow you all.
Yeah, the market is soft.
I never put Rudolph down as a diplomat, by the way, so that was quite impressive that he was able to do that negotiation so
I will
quickly.
get the 205,000.
Maybe you could get on the phone to
205. 40,000.
the NATO or something and get a job as a negotiator.
20-10-5. I'm going to try not to be 4th.
So Rudolph is official. He's trying not to be 4th.
Yes.
40,000 to play.
Devan would probably like the split. He's lowest in chips right now.
Blinds are 20, 40, 40 still.
20 more.
You got it. I didn't see the
I don't know how long we got to run on the level now. Maybe we could have a quick look at the timing screen.
This is my second card. That's my second card.
You know that good guy get a reward.
He's getting no action with his ace queen, unfortunately. So 25 minutes,
Was a
just
nice
under
walk.
to
Now,
go to the end of the
You're a good guy.
round.
You're a good guy. You give me a walk, you get the result, a good result.
I can read some more.
Yeah, I think we made a good deal.
Yeah.
Rudolph, I think we
I
made a
agree
good
with
deal.
you.
You know, and for people who are not used to hearing poker players chat like this, you know, what they're trying to do is make sure it's fair and equitable. They don't agree with the prize pool. That's up to them. Monsterjam have set the prizes, and they use a chart to do that, of course. Normally it's 40% of the pot goes to the first player, and there's an equation that we put in place for it, but I'm not a part of that process. And as David Rolf, one of our tournament directors there, rightly said, we're just going to issue the prizes, and if you want to do some deal between you, that's entirely up to you. And that's not for us to either list, report, or whatever. I mean, these results go on the Hendon Mob, of course, and you'll see that the original prize numbers always go on, not the ones that they've revised.
Yeah, we do the same chopping in Canada.
Okay, so there's something that is, we've got some synergy between the two there. Okay, so we've got a nice little hand developing here. There's a raise by Mr. Sun with ace-8 suited on the button to 105,000. We know that Harold Brooks, I believe, is already called. That's what it looks like, called. And it's Divan to act with King-6 of hearts. If that is the way, in fact, the action has run, then I don't see Divan calling here, even though he's in the big blind.
I could actually see a raise.
Oh, listen, he's quite capable of that. But looks like a smooth call.
Smooth call.
So 3 players to the flop. Okay, so Mr. Sun has got the best of it there with the ace-8. We're obviously looking at the double there, factoring it in as well.
Harold with ace-9.
Yeah, Harold is actually ahead in real terms, but from a percentage point of view, the ace-8 is ahead because there's got a lot more outs with the diamonds. I expect to see Mr. Sun bet this quite hard. And of course with second pair, Harold's going to struggle to come along, but we'll see. Bet size should be at least 150 to 200.
Up to 375. Fold.
Mr. Sun is bet a significant amount there.
Yeah, we won.
And he gets rid of them. And Harold says, look at this. And Mr. Sun says, I've got a straight draw, I've got a flush draw, I've got ace high, blah, 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 blah. And he had a super strong hand. A super strong hand, there's no doubt about it. He had a straight draw as well, of course.
Oh, you bet I re-raise you.
And not afraid to show.
Mr. Sun is on a roll, man. He's #1 of Botswana. Harold. What do you expect?
Because I was thinking about the
Botswana only got a 2 players.
Get the 9 card.
Rudy is a comic. He's so dry.
Yeah, but at least you're #1.
He has been shift leader since yesterday afternoon.
Indeed.
He's never lost the lead. It's respectable.
I got a funny feeling he might be losing it soon if Mr. Sun carries on this burn he's on.
Yes.
He's on a real heater today.
He hasn't played very many hands at all this afternoon.
Son, that's like a dream flop if you raise your shit.
Harold.
Which you had shit.
Rudolph. Yeah, Harold.
Rudolph. This is Harold in picture.
Rudolph has not played many hands.
So Mr. Sun has got pocket 5s here, and now he's got some chips. Oh, he folds.
He tossed him.
Wow. Surprises me. So, you know, let's not forget now we're playing 4-handed, so the premium cards now, you know, become more premium. And those lower hands, I mean, King 7's a good example here, you know, it also becomes quite a big hand. But,
any pair is important now, is valuable.
Divan,
that's why I'm surprised
Divan
he
raised
tossed
and
that.
Rudolph went immediately all in, and that was the end of that, you know. So 4 players left. This is day 3 of the high roller. It's been quite a long road. Local time is now 3:15 in the afternoon. I think we started at 11 this morning, I think, if I'm right.
Yes.
40,000 to play.
So we're 4 or 5 hours into our coverage here. I know us guys in the commentary booth are ready for a rest, I'm sure. Being an Englishman, I'm off for a cup of tea, because that's what us English people do.
Being a Canadian, I'm ready for beer.
Being a Canadian, I think the technical team want to be Canadian. Just tell them that they can drink beer when we finish the stream tonight.
No, I only see one car.
None of their nonsense.
Myself.
So those of you interested, we're going to be trying to give you some live pictures, or delayed pictures, should I say, of the main event. And although it is a random draw, when the main event starts, you know, there's every endeavour to get lots of local players on the live stream.
Sure.
You know, we want to give our local supporters as much exposure as we can.
Yeah, this is a good
But as I say, we've got a lot of people from PE who are going to play the main event, which is awesome.
I think it's a good deal.
And
I don't know who's going to be for.
You must have quite a few players for it, because Katie said the prize pool would be roughly the same as the Monster.
Really?
Jam. Or this one, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the main events are always I mean, what Mark tries to do is to actually get the entry fee around about $1,000, which is normally about 14,000 rand, 15,000 rand. So, get your head out of the way, David. Thank you. But here, as I said earlier, I think we spoke about it briefly, he's been running satellites here for getting on for 3 weeks, you know. And a lot of prizes given away, both in
you can do whatever you want.
as prizes for draws and also for prizes for the satellites. So this is an interesting flop for Mr. Sun.
Straight flush possibility here.
Indeed, he's got flush and straight flush possibilities. Rudy's got ace king, and Rudy can fold this easily.
You are very good to me. Look at the card. Look at the card you did. Straight flush, top pair. Look at
It's only considered good to you, Mr. Sun, when you're getting paid.
Very nice.
I adore him. I know you want to keep the money within South Africa, but I'm really rooting for Mr. Sun.
I'm also.
He's just so adorable.
He didn't bluff me.
Ace king.
Even you call all in, I will call.
Ace king, what must I do?
You got ace of hearts.
So?
There are 2 hearts.
I only got 1.
Back door. More. 2 more hearts.
You go with shit and you get lucky.
What the shit?
So for our viewers at home, the guys have forgotten that they're actually going out on the stream here, so we apologise for the language. I think it's a technical poker term actually, so we just won't get into that. Read off with 10-8 under the guns of fault. Ace-2 for Mr. Sun. That's gun in the muck, so we're down to 2 players.
Hello, Divan.
On the button, Mr. Harold Brooks. And you'll see that the trophy has appeared on the table. Nice piece of crystal to take home.
I didn't even see my card. Oh.
I have one of them already.
Do you?
I only have one though. Actually from here last year.
So,
but it wasn't the high roller.
Up to 90. Maybe by 100 in my car, I get discount from me, sir.
This is very confused. He's
Discount,
going to get some discount.
great weight for you.
So Harold's pulling the move from the small blind with 8-3 suited. Divan's having none of it with his 9-7 offsuit. So this is either high level or they're both at it. I suggest the latter. And who's going to flop the best of it? Well, 3 jacks. I think this is check check.
I think he's going to bet.
Check.
He checked.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
You know 9 high is going to win this. First one to blinker.
I think I would have bet when he checked, like I had a small pocket pair.
Check.
So 9 high is winning. Harold's check, so Divan knows he can only win this pot by betting because he's got some rubbish in his hand. Actually, no, I'm sorry, Divan's got the 9, so check and the 9 high wins.
Ace.
Open.
He folds.
Okay,
Divan's thinking,
this isn't even
I just dodged the
This is a
bullet.
double bluff.
The guy only needed a 10 to win, but in actual fact, he won with the best hand. Oh my word.
Why am Maybe he gets
There's a classic case for, you know, and I think all of us have done this. I did it myself, and I still remember to this day, and I'm talking like 10 years ago. I folded 3-4 with the 4 of hearts.
Collusion, huh?
Okay.
Collusion.
And there were 4 hearts on the board, and there were 6 players in the hand. And I just threw my 3-4 in the hand, and nobody had a heart. I was winning. So the moral of the story is turn your cards over and let them laugh at you, because sometimes you're going to be a winner.
Yeah, exactly.
Now you are marking the
And never
card.
fold your card. No, in this case, Harold was right for fold. And Divan was actually thinking he was behind, trust me.
If he called my 90,000,
Because he knew Harold was calling it, that's
Oh,
why.
yes.
40,000 to play.
The risk all good.
2-3, this is my money.
So Harold with 96 offsuit here. In the muck. Divan will look down at his cards. He's got King Jack. There's going to be some movement in the small blind, I'm sure. Very
We'll see
strong
on the-
handed.
on the-
Very strong hand, short-handed. King Jack.
I think they'll agree on the chop by the break because there's just not
Sure
a lot of
that,
chips moving now.
Up to 100.
Yeah, I think we need to see the
It's
chip
like a
counts.
stalemate.
But
We did it.
you know, these guys are stubborn, and you know, if they can make another 100k and they've already locked up 200, they're going to stay and play. Trust me.
Mr. Sun, ace king against 8-9 and you win.
13 minutes to go on the level.
Lucky. I don't know.